Good morning, all the respected faculties who have joined with us today to this third day of online FDP on OC and MCS organized by Board of Studies of ICAI. Today's session would be taken by Dr. Sandhya Patil. Ma'am has already joined with us. Welcome to you, ma'am. I would take this opportunity to introduce Dr. Sandhya Patil to all our faculty members. Dr. Sandhya Patil is a motivational strategist, soft skills trainer, counselor, strategic thinker, academic writer, mentor, philosopher, and a highly creative person, deeply inspired by the Indian scriptures. She has experience of over 30 years domestically and internationally in pharmaceuticals, IT, service sector, and academia. With this, I would request Sandhya ma'am to please start with your sessions. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Rita ma'am. And good morning, everyone. Feeling very nice to see a lot of familiar faces. That feels very supportive. So let's start. Today is the final day. And I think this is the final day of the third virtual FDP. So let's start with something that as chartered accountants and as ICAI faculty should be our prime thing. What should we start with? Any guesses? What do we start with?
Motto song. The motto, please.
Exactly. Yes. So I hope I have. Can you all see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I am not able to see you all. I'm just trying to see how do I get. Okay, fine. It's okay. Right now, let me just play the motto song.
यशस्तेषु जाग्रति यशस्सुप्तेषु जाग्रति कामं 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 कामंशो पुरुषो निर्मिमाणः तदेव शुक्रं तद्ब्रह्मा तदेवामृतमुच्यते तस्मिन् लोकः शितः सर्वे तदूनात्यपि कश्चन एतद्वैता
Now I can see you all. Good morning again. Okay. Am I audible? Because I've tried to add a Bluetooth speaker so that I'm loud enough.
Yes, ma'am.
You are audible.
Yes, ma'am.
And my son was kind enough when I stood up. He tried to ensure that the antenna is longer enough. Okay. Yes, I see more participants coming.
Ma'am, we are not audible.
I'm not audible. Am I audible to all?
Actually wasn't speaking anything that time.
You
That
are,
time
ma'am.
you were
You
silent,
are audible,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Why is the issue? You are audible.
Yeah, and I'm. Can you all see my screen?
Yes.
Yes,
we can see your screen.
Yes, ma'am.
No,
And what do you
ma'am.
all see?
Watering the brain.
Okay, what else? Anybody else?
Oiling
What
the
is
brain. Oiling the brain.
that? Okay.
Feeding the brain with energy.
I
Okay,
see
very
a
good.
smile.
Okay, very good. What else?
Nurturing the brain.
And accepting everything that's coming
An
inside
open
our
mind.
brain with a smile.
Very good. What else?
The student doesn't seem to be happy.
He is.
Look at the
The eyes
smile.
are focused. The eyes are focused.
It's only half a smile. It's half a smile.
He already has wheels inside. We are only providing the lubrication to it.
Okay. Good. What else?
Ma'am, it looks like a sun, and we are we are feeling hot. So through natural ways, we are worshipping. Means
Okay. Very good.
Sir,
Well, I think we are giving energy to him. We are giving
Yes.
him
The mind
energy
is
to
open.
stand.
The mind is open.
Mind is open and motivation is being given.
maybe he is going to learn something new. I mean, like he is happy about it.
Okay, you're very
Whatever he
close.
learns will only change his perception. Knowledge will
Okay.
remain constant.
Now that's dangerous. Okay.
It is,
Ma'am, the
something
only thing
wrong.
is that it's appearing, it's appearing like that the mind is already overfilled and we are putting something extra on that.
Something only for
Now that's who just said that?
What
Mind is
was said, ma'am? Can you please
Ma'am,
repeat?
Akhil Goel from Delhi.
Okay, yes, Akhil. You said mind is already having something, and then we are trying to put extra in that.
Yes, ma'am.
So what am I trying to convey over here? Yes, Nitesh has raised the hand.
So, ma'am, what Akhil has said, I was just trying to say that only, but now it's time of relearning now.
Think further. Relearning.
Okay, there are two phases. There are two phases.
Learning and unlearning.
So basically,
the person has got too much of baggage. He's carrying too much of baggage
Actually,
with
one
him
face
already.
is looking towards right and another face is looking in front. So
Yeah.
two faces are merged over here.
exactly. So
Only
what
an
am I
open
trying?
mind can take it.
Yes, keep learning.
Keep
And
learning.
because
Yes. Yes, Smita. Who was it?
it's an open mind which can take in more. If you have a closed mind, nothing can go in.
Okay.
I think the mentor is trying to lubricate the machinery called
Yes.
brain.
Very
With
good.
oil,
Yes.
is dipping into
It's
the
oiling
machine.
the machinery. Oiling the
My
machine.
God, y'all have become so creative. What else?
This looks like a journey.
The old, may I, ma'am, another person interpretation. The
so
one
here-
who is like sitting to learn, the student is having the dark complexion face. He's looking in front, and the moment he gets lubricated, he's becoming fairer and having a smile on his face.
My God,
This
Meenakshi
seems
ji.
a journey from a non-participant to someone who is happy with what is being, fed, and probably the mind has opened and it is getting better. That's why a smile from wry smile to smile. It seems to me.
Okay. Okay.
Could
Okay.
it, ma'am, may I ask? Could it be
Yes.
a multiplicity or like different kinds of learners? Like the one learner probably could not really be so. The mind state of the learner also is one of the learner is not so happy per se or has some preconceived thoughts, while the other one is in a happy state while the learning is on. So multiple kinds of learners probably.
Yeah.
Very good. Okay. Now, because of the shortage of time, I mean, I really loved. I didn't think that so many suggestions would come, but yes. Besides whatever you all said, 1 minute, my eyes are just burning. Just give me a. Okay. Besides whatever you all have said, what I'm trying to say over here is whenever we learn something new, when we say unlearn, that means we do not forget what we have learned. We need to filter out certain things, what our past experience, like for example, the past 2 days of FDP, each of you has learned something. So understanding what was the takeaway from the past 2 days and then going ahead. You all must have noticed that yesterday I was also there in the class. Did you all notice?
Yes, ma'am. You were there as a participant.
Yes. And why was I there? There was a reason
To
why.
get the feedback, how the student, how we all are responding, and how the session is going on.
No. You all are awesome, awesome. Yes. Who's that? Okay. See, one of the things was first of all, understanding. I couldn't make it on the first day, but I always try to understand what the other speaker is taking, so that I can, so that there is a continuity in the lecture. That is what even the new MCS and OC program is all about. When we come on the subsequent days, we need to know what is done on the previous days, whether it is in terms of activities, whether it is in terms of topics, right? Yes, somebody is doing masti by, somebody is playing around with my screen, with my slides. Am I right? I can see some line.
Yes, ma'am. There's a cursor moving across your screen for some reason.
Yeah, and it is not me. It is somebody else. I hope, Rita ma'am. I think it is CA Shilpa. It's from her screen it's happening. Rita ma'am?
हाँ मुकेश मॉर्निंग अरे अब तुमको बोला साइंड कॉपी नहीं भेजोगे
Good
जो
morning.
वॉइस रेज किया हो ना
I think somebody is trying to tamper with the screen.
तुम भेजते हो जो वो वाला भेजो जिसमें तुम्हारी साइन
Madam, kindly mute everyone, madam.
Yeah.
Some discussion is happening with someone.
Please disable annotate.
बिल जा चुके तो तुम एक कॉपी पे अपने ऑफिस में भी रखना मतलब क्योंकि
Go to security and disable annotate.
Somebody's mic is on by error or mistake.
एक वहाँ पे रिसीविंग लिखवा लेना तुम्हारे मतलब ऑफिस में जरूरी है कभी भी चेकिंग हो सकती है या फिर
शशि जी and Amar sir, उनके mics on है.
Rita ma'am, is anybody there from BOS?
Just Rita.
Okay, fine. Okay, and please, everybody be responsible enough to ensure that the screen, they are in charge of the screen, nobody else. Because when we are sharing, it kind of creates a bad impression about us only. Okay, fine. So, you all are right. We were trying to, when we proceed on the new learning, we have to understand what was the takeaway from before and then proceed with that. Right? So, what was discussed in the past 2 days, if you all can tell me? Quickly, in 1 to 2 minutes. What all things were discussed? What were the takeaways? I'll please raise your hand so that I'm trying. Okay, Naini ma'am. Tell me. Naini ma'am, you've raised the hand. Okay, Shashi sir.
Ma'am, good morning, ma'am. Ma'am, in last 2 days, we have studied a lot of takeaways, but among that, how we will handle, how we will approach to the students, because some of the students are very intelligent, some of the mediocre, and some of the it's a poor. But we are giving education, we are giving this teaching to all of us. So how we will handle if someone Googling the question answers in back seats, so how we will respond. So all can be benefited.
Okay.
This is one of the topics.
Pankaj sir. Good
Yeah,
morning.
so morning, ma'am. So we learned about the experiential learning, learning cycle, and other attributes also. How to handle the children in the classroom.
Why is experiential learning important?
See, experiential learning is very, very important because it correlates with what we are teaching and what we are talking about. So when we correlate with the experiences, it really helps in understanding and comprehending the subject matter in a more effective way.
Okay. Ritu ma'am, what do we use in experiential learning?
Ma'am, there are many things that we have taken in the first 2 days. The first one is that there is a need to improve ourselves. If we do not improve ourselves and we are not updated, it is not experiential learning only for our subjects. It is us also who need to constantly, go through learning. That is why we have these FDP programs. Then expectations are to be set that if I'm going to the session, what am I expected to do? What is the delivery and all that? And also that, we also learned about this VARK technique in the presentation. And in on day two, there are a few things that we need to keep in mind when we are carrying out the session. My brand needs to be taken care of. See, we always have a mixed bag. So what kind of techniques, modern or the classical, we use to, to be in the session and to create an impact that, makes our subjects learn something and do something better. Because, sorry.
Awesome. Yeah,
Thank
awesome.
you.
I said, yeah, I'll just give to next.
Yeah,
Yes,
good morning, ma'am.
Sangameshwar sir.
So apart from now what everyone else said, so emotional intelligence is what we've discussed on that first day. Bala sir, nicely he explained about the emotional intelligence. Apart from now what everyone else said.
Okay. Now one question, because this is generally the approach of many of the faculties. Even I used to. It's not that I'm okay to begin with, and I always say I am one of you. Just because I am giving the session, that doesn't make me somebody different. I am one of you. And I can see that there are some members who are as senior or more senior than me. So please understand. Now, we tend to have this kind of thinking that why should we go through an FDP again and again? Why do you think the FDP program happens again and again?
May I?
One minute, raise your hand. Raise your hand. Okay, Jyoti ma'am.
To be more updated, to be more practical, as the practice makes the man perfect. Once we do it again and again, we will be more wind up with the new topics, new practical issues which we are facing. We can discuss with the friend, with you, with seniors, everyone.
Okay, Meenakshi ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. I would like to say, add to it this, that by meeting other faculties, we get to know how they are and how we should run the class. Otherwise, we'll be only doing it according to our mindset, and there'll be no improvement. So that's why I attended 3rd to 5th also, and I'm attending 13th to 15th also. So I am.
Yeah, that day I was
May I, ma'am?
Yes, Jamna ma'am. Bolo. You
Yes,
have not
yes,
raised.
same here, ma'am. I have got some network issue. That's why I don't put on my video. Ma'am, of course, I attended all the 3 sessions just to learn means new techniques, and each faculty has some different techniques, and that all adds my value. So I will be more efficient now in teaching my students, not teaching, making them learn, because I also learn from them. So it is double gain, win position, man. Thank you.
Very nice. Very nice. I really liked it when you said double. Okay, very nice. Nilima ma'am, one last. Nilima ma'am, anything that was not spoken?
Yes, ma'am. Very good morning to all. Yes, I love to attend all these activities because there is no ending to learning, and we are always open up. We should always be open up to learn. और कहीं भी कुछ भी सीखने को मिलता है, ऐसे कहावत है कि ज्ञान की गंगा जहाँ बह रही है वहीं पे हाथ धो लेने चाहिए. तो मुझे लगता है कि everyone is a unique personality and everyone has its own USP, unique selling proposition. तो जहाँ पे भी जो भी कुछ सीखने को मिले, सबके अपने अपने परसेप्शंस होते हैं, अलग अलग व्यूज होते हैं, और एक ही टॉपिक पे अगर 10 लोग बोलेंगे तो 10 लोगों के अलग अलग व्यूज होंगे जो एक डिफरेंट तरीके से हमें देखने को मजबूर करते हैं. तो आई थिंक यस, इट्स वेरी नाइस एफडीपी एंड आई हैव लर्नड अ लॉट, and thank you ICI for organizing such a influential program. Thank you.
Thank you. So yes, one more thing which I would like to say is that see, right now when we are, for example, we are in this class, we are all in our closed spaces and we are all focused on the FDP. So we are away from the world. But that doesn't mean that the world outside, the one that we cannot see, doesn't mean that the world is not moving ahead. In today's world, the only thing constant is change. Right? So by going through multiple FDPs, we are only continuously updating ourselves with whatever changes are happening. As Sumit sir has rightly said, as many have said, in fact, I can see that Pratibha ma'am has said you feel you have read 10 books in 3 days. Oh, lovely, ma'am. Thank you so much. So, yes, for me, it is at least I have got to learn from 300 different people. So it is the learning is actually exponential. So that is the reason we should never shy away from learning, from being a student. If the day we consider that we are expert, that is the day our downfall begins. So with that, I will proceed with today's sessions. I hope that was a quick refresher for whatever we have done till now, right? Okay. Now, what do you think is the topic for today? Obviously, it is shared with you all. Are you all seeing my screen?
Yes.
What screen are you seeing?
No, no screen, only your face.
So we are seeing your face only.
Okay, that's what I was. Okay, let me share the screen. Yeah. Now, can you see?
Now yes.
ma'am.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Okay. We as ICAI faculty. What is this? What do you think this is?
Motto of ICI.
Yes. Now, after playing the motto song, I am still showing the translation over here. Why am I showing that? Because as faculty, it's not our duty to only preach. If we are trying to make students aware, make students realize that they have to be always active, always alert, right? Even in sleep, they have to be alert. Then what is important is we are the ones who are going to drive this kind of attitude in them. If we are not alert to what is happening around us, if we cannot see the future, if we cannot envision the future, we cannot help them design their future. We cannot help them when we talk about design. See, this is what my take is from the motto song. That we are trying to help them shape desire after desire, and yet there has to be a purity. That means they have to really want to achieve a lot of things, not by being greedy. For example, when I forgot that ma'am's name, she said, I'll speak in English for the benefit of all. She said that knowledge is something that there's no end to it. I would say knowledge is something that the more you share, the more it increases. What is the second thing that increases when you share? One is knowledge, and what is the second thing?
Madam, may I answer?
Happiness.
Joy.
Smile,
Joy,
happiness.
happiness.
Happiness, joy. Very good. Anything else?
Idea.
Shashi
Ma'am,
sir.
Ma'am, I have one question, ma'am. Actually, from the very childhood, I'm just listening that if you share the knowledge will increase. So, okay, I'm agree that the students will be benefited, but how our knowledge will be increased? Means I am just delivering. So that is the
Yes,
question.
very good.
Small question.
Very good question. Very good question. You know, we are always in the hot seat. We have, let's say a class has 50 students. We have 50 people looking at us, 50 people trying to make sense of what we are going to speak. And they are a smart generation. They are smart enough to see. Jamuna ma'am, can you please mute yourself? They are smart enough to see if we are bringing something original. We are bringing a value addition. If we do not bring any value addition, they will not listen to us. They're very clear about that, and they're very open about it. So because of that, we have to be continuously prepared ourselves. Yes, sir. Are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So we have to be prepared. We have to read. We have to be. We have to prepare ourselves, and we have to think from different perspectives. Not only that, I would say whenever I go in a lecture, because when I approach as a learner, so I am continuously learning my knowledge. When I am trying to impart knowledge, I am one person who's trying to impart to 50 different people, but at the same time, I am able to learn from 50 different people. So doesn't my knowledge increase?
Means the person will ask, the students is asking the reciprocal questions, counter question.
Yes.
Because of that, our knowledge is increasing day by
That
day.
makes us think. The preparation that we get into for the lecture, that also improves our learning, improves our thinking. When today I always give credit to ICAI, that today, I mean, from a shy girl coming from a very controlled background, from an orthodox family, today I have reached a stage, besides my 30 years of experience, today ICAI has given me that confidence that whenever I'm pushed on any stage, I will not think of making the best presentation. I will just go and speak to the best of my ability. That is what we need to do. When we speak to the best of our ability, that is what instills confidence in us, right? Nobody can be super. Nobody can be best.
Ma'am,
There's
I have,
always... Tell me.
sorry, ma'am, I have one more question. Ma'am, can we become the master of 3 to 4 subjects? Suppose I am delivering only account, suppose, but we can be a master of 3 to 4 subjects in the same time?
Yes, why not? Because in today's world, you have to be versatile. Only when I say change is the only thing that is constant, right? So in this constantly changing world, we have to be adaptable. We have to be adaptable. We have to be prepared for various situations. And only when we are versatile, we can be adaptable, right? That improves our decision-making skills. I wouldn't say we will not make wrong decisions. Even the best can make mistakes. Arjun was the best Dhanurdhar, right? But even he broke down. Even the best can make mistakes. So we are nowhere there. It's our journey, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, Ritesh sir has raised the hand.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am. I just want to add something regarding what Sasi sir was asking, that if we want to improve our knowledge regarding certain topic or certain subject, the best thing is to make other people learn from us. अगर दूसरों को पढ़ाएंगे तो ऑटोमेटिकली हम लोग का नॉलेज बहुत अपडेटेड भी हो जाता है और इम्प्रूवमेंट भी हो जाता है. Because since I have been in teaching from last 10-15 years, I know that I knew the subject very well, but when I taught other people, the knowledge was improved a lot. So इस तरीके से क्या होता है, अगर हम लोग उसी क्लास तो ऑटोमेटिकली अपडेशन भी होता रहता है और स्टूडेंट का क्रॉस क्वेश्चनिंग करने से भी इम्प्रूवमेंट होता है.
Correct. And yes, Mitali ma'am, very nice. You learn best when you teach. Exactly. We learn best when we teach. I always tell people that we have to... Madhu ma'am had raised her hand. I'm sorry, I missed it, ma'am. Okay. I'll come. I'll just continue a little, Nilima ma'am. So we have to always have this questioning mindset. I always tell people that anything and everything, every moment of the day, these 5 questions should keep running in your head. Why is it that I'm doing something? Why is it that I'm attending this FDP? What is it that this FDP is going to give to me? What should be... what should be my expectation from the FDP? When should I attend the FDP? Though I'm referring to the FDP, it could be anything. It could be anything, personal or professional. This has been my, experience. When we keep asking these questions, why, what, when, where, and how, right? The how part, if you can see, I have highlighted the how compared to the why, what, when, where. Many people ask the questions why, what, when, where. But when it comes to how, because that is where it is all about implementation. And that is where a lot of people tend to fail, or a lot of people tend to lose the energy to continue. So that how is very, very important, very critical. Do not lose the traction that you're getting when you start the thinking process. When you start the thinking process, slowly, there'll be a realization. Initially, there's a lot of excitement. Over a period, you will also start seeing the obstacles. But instead of seeing those as obstacles, you have to see those as opportunities to learn. And only then you will have the strength, the energy, the excitement to look at how to help you continue in that journey. Yes, learn, unlearn, relearn. Yes, correct. Okay. My favorite. Anybody knows this?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Tell me the meaning.
Miss, it's just a layman language. I'm telling that karmaniya adhikariste ma phalesu kadachana ma karma phala hetu durba te sango aswama karmani. Means you have to work and not
Keep
means,
doing
think about
your
the result.
karma and don't think about the fruits.
Result.
Yeah. Nilima ma'am has raised her hand for a very long time. Yes, Nilima ma'am, you would like to attempt?
Yeah, just the same as he has spoken कि कर्म करते रहो फल की इच्छा मत करो. So one day the result will be there.
Everybody talks of the first half. Nobody talks of the second half.
Yes, ma'am, you are correct, ma'am. Second half.
And that is the most critical thing. It's a Kalyug where each of us is selfish enough to want the results. But what it says is, more than what that you keep doing your work and do not expect the results. We will keep expecting the results, but it's very important to understand that the results are not in our hand. It is only the efforts that are in our hand. So we need to understand that. We need to focus on the efforts. Two students sitting simultaneously and studying, yet they will not get the best results. For example, I see about 173 participants in that, even if we exclude the BOS, and so still there are substantial number of faculties. Now, and I'm trying my best to convey certain things. Whatever I convey, do you think each of us will take the same amount of same message, or the same amount of information, or the same amount of knowledge? Though I'm trying to address all, will it happen?
No.
So where is the difference?
Difference is, let me say hi, Sandhya, and good morning, everyone. This is
morning.
Anshul Sharma, yeah, from Thane
Yes.
chapter. And
Yes.
see, just now you spoke about the how also. So it all the difference is about the how we are utilizing this platform, how we are utilizing the time period, how we are utilizing the information, and how I'm implementing all those informations in my personal or professional life. So it is all about taking or optimizing the resources. And when you are saying we should not think about results, I take it a little differently. It's not we should not think about the results. We should, because if we will not think about the results, we may not be that motivated internally.
No,
So
I
result,
said that yes, in today's world we will think of the results. ये कलयुग है.
कलयुग
Yes.
है, और सोचेंगे नहीं तो फिर आगे कैसे बढ़ेंगे?
Correct.
We should not regret about if we are not able to achieve to the desired level. That I will agree to.
Yes.
But for me, I think success is the biggest motivator. Though failure is also, but comparatively, success is a bigger and better motivator.
Yes, and the one thing that really grounds us is that never consider yourself to be the cause of the results of your activities, or never be attached to inaction. You know, whatever we do, Whatever, for example, we put in our efforts in trying to mentor the students, trying to get the best out of them. Whatever they become in life, right? It is important for us to understand that it is their efforts. We cannot take credit for anything good or anything bad that happens. It's only our responsibility to take our efforts. Rest, it is their karma, it is their efforts. We have to, if we have this kind of mindset, it helps us stay grounded. And that is what is important, to be a constant learner. Okay. Now, what do you
May I contribute here, ma'am? Please.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes. I often mention about this Niskama Karma concept of Bhagavad Gita. And I quote Mahendra Singh Dhoni when we won 2007 World Cup. Dhoni told all of them, you have a role to play. And that Krishna also talks about the roles. You have roles to play. Play your role to the hilt. Give your 100% in your work. You can't eschew karma. But don't worry about the results. Don't worry at all about the results. I'll take care of it. So now, so that is how it is. Otherwise, it will be putting cart before the horse. And we misinterpret the whole concept of, if you are a corporate chief, you have to think about target. Even when we have targets today, we deliver. But at the same time, we are more involved with the karma because we have a right over the karma. In any case, whether you like it or not, you are not, I have two daughters. I couldn't give birth to Lata Mangeshkar and Mother Teresa. I'm capable of giving birth to two daughters. So let's think, focus on our karma rather than the consequences of the karma. Let's not be hemmed in by the consequences. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Now, I have put in a picture over here. What do you all, let me see what people can analyze out of the picture. Are you all there?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So, ma'am.
So it's beauty all around.
Raise the hand so I can. Sangeeta ma'am.
Nature is beautiful, nature is peaceful, nature is colorful.
Okay, Ankur sir.
Ma'am, this is very serene, very beautiful, very calm, and it gives peace to your mind. When you see these colors and nature, you become close to it. So
Okay,
I
Anshul
think.
ma'am. Yeah, I'm trying to give an opportunity to all. Yes, Anshul ma'am.
Yeah. So, see, this picture for me, if I, relate it to life, it has different colors, all seasons, all ups and downs, and there is a silver lining above the, darker clouds also. This is what I will from this.
Okay, ma'am. Can you hear me, Soumya ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. So what I can analyze from this is a beautiful scenery, and it relates for me to being a tranquil situation where, while seeing this only, it relates to peace of mind.
Okay, Sangeeta ma'am. Anything new? Jyoti ma'am. Anything new that was not said?
Ma'am, this recalls me about my past, my school time, my drawing class period when I used to make all these drawings.
Okay. Anita ma'am, somebody is on unmute and there's a lot of sound that's coming. I can't see that person. Who's on unmute, please?
I'm unmuted, ma'am. This scenery reflects the various facets of a classroom. Like as we have the beautiful colors, we also have mountain, which is cold. Right. So similar way, we have candidates in the class, which may vary. Some may be very enthusiastic to learn something new. Some may just be casual. They have a casual approach. They will not relate much to the course. some may be very cold. They may not. They neither distract somebody nor they want to learn something. That way, I can relate this.
Okay. Okay, I will say what I'm trying to tell over here. Basically, as you can see, there's a house, there are mountains, there are trees, right? There's a river flowing. Now, it is generally we who build, I mean, it is humans who build the house. It is a human who decides where he or she or they want to build the house. It is the mountains are obviously the representation of obstacles. So it is for us to see whether we want to let those mountains, because those mountains are they are there in nature, but it is for us whether we keep the mountains closer to us or we stay away from it. When I say stay away from it, that doesn't mean that we are running away from the problems. That see, when you're too close to a problem, somebody is on unmute and I'm not able to see that person, please. Okay. Okay. I still
See, admin can mute everyone, right? I think admin should be having this power. No,
Yeah.
you gray out the option to unmute
No, but
themselves.
then I will not be able to speak. I'll not be able to let that person speak.
Ma'am, I think sir is raising his hand to say something.
Oh, one minute.
RS something.
RS Mehta,
Yeah,
sir.
yes.
Yes, I have, he has to unmute himself. Yes, sir, you can speak now. Tell me, Mehta, sir. Whoever that person is.
The scene that you depicted on the screen gives me the feeling nature in perfect order.
Okay.
Nature in perfect order.
Okay, fine. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Now, I'll just...
Can I say something?
Yes.
Yeah. The picture that you showed, to me, it says coexistence can be very peaceful. And you can actually, as you said, mountains are obstacles. You can still be at peace with your obstacles if you just continue doing what you have to do.
Accept it.
Yeah.
Yes. When you accept it, when you move a little away from the problem, you are able to have a better view of the problem. If we look at the problem as a problem, it overwhelms us, because when we are too close to it, it overwhelms us. So sometimes we need to take a step back. Sometimes we need to rewind. Sometimes we need to restart. That gives a better view of the obstacles and we are able to handle it. So whether the river, when we let by having the river in front, it's an indication that we are letting the creativity flow. We are looking ahead. It is we who can decide how to handle the various challenges that nature throws to us. We can build bridges. We can build a bridge across the river. It is we who decide where we want to live and the approach that we want to take in life. Somebody can see that house as a lonely house. Somebody can see that house as a serene place where you can get peace of mind. So it's our outlook towards life. Whatever we have in our life, it is only we who are responsible. That is what I'm trying to say over here. Yes?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So coming to the topic for today, that is charting your course. After having gone through brand new, after having seen IC. Yes.
There are black patches. There are black squares and patches on your screen, ma'am, and there is a cursor moving on your screen still.
And part
still
of
a cursor
your,
moving
part
on
of
your
your
screen.
writings are also
You're
very
charting
clear.
your course.
I'm moving the cursor
So
right now. I've done that. I've done that already. That's what I'm wondering why it's happening. Okay, 1 minute. Let me.
Ma'am, can I help out?
Yes.
Ma'am, from the Zoom, maybe looking.
Again, it is, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. It's because maybe you have opened the participants or something like that. That's why at times the patches come. Once you minimize the participants, maybe those patches get removed.
Okay, I have opened the video panel at the side so that I'm able to see who is talking and who.
Yeah, ma'am. That patch
Ma'am,
is for the video panel.
patches are of like that nature because of that video panel.
Okay, then that I will have to keep it now, because when people raise the hand, I'm not able to understand who's raising the hand.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, fine. So coming to the course, now that you have understood what is ICAI expecting out of the trainer, yesterday you all went through a wonderful breakout session where I was also a part of one breakout room where people were trying to understand the traditional methods of teaching and going forward, what is the future. What was interesting was a lot of people came. There were also some people who really looked far beyond. In the not so near past, where they realized that the traditional method of teaching was much more creative. We are still bolte na ki the English went, but they left a lot of their baggage behind. We are still blaming the education system that was created by the British. It was done with the intention to stop our ability to think, the system of rote learning. But the actual Indian education was nothing of rote learning. We had the Gurukul system. We had a very, very creative way of teaching. Today's design thinking, today's education policy is, I would say, still nowhere close to what our education system was. Our education system took the learners closer to the nature. The nature teaches all the lessons, which none of the books can match. So, as students, what is most important is we need to inculcate in them the ability to observe, the ability to analyze. Right? That is what I feel has been conveyed to you all over the past 2 days. Am I right? Am I right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Now, there is nothing that we would want to be a part of if we do not benefit from it. Am I right? What's in it for me is always the question that goes in our mind. Okay? Now, Rita ma'am, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Rita, yeah, ma'am, now for all the participants, we are going to have a breakout room. Okay? We are going to have a breakout room. Do you all want to have it now, or again, there is some participant called as Shilpa, but it is from her screen that I see somebody is messing with my screen. Rita ma'am, there is some participant called as Shilpa.
Okay, I'll just see, ma'am.
Yeah, just talk to her. I don't know whether it is CA Shilpa or whoever, because that somebody with that profile is trying to mess with my screen.
Okay, Ayaz, are you there?
Okay, so yeah, now Ayaz, there is somebody called as Shilpa. Whether it is sometimes it comes as CA Shilpa, sometimes
she left.
She left. Okay, so I guess that was not the participant, because I've had this experience in the past. Somebody gets access to the Zoom profile, and then that person, because every time I was getting something on my screen, it was Shilpa. Okay, great. So that is done. Now, we will quickly create breakout rooms. Now, I want each group, okay, See, this would still be a limited exercise, but because of the strength of the class, I cannot go to an individual level. We will break out into 10 rooms, okay? And each group, I want you all to come with 5 personal goals and 5 professional goals before I proceed. Right? You all will get exactly 10 minutes. Will that be enough? As a group, will that be enough?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. 10 minutes is enough, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Pardon me?
Yes,
Somebody
ma'am.
said something. Okay, so 5 personal and 5 professional. You have to be very quick because yesterday you have gone through introduction. You know, yes, you do not know each other as much still. I mean, you may be in a different group, but because of the time limitation, I would give 10 minutes. If you want, I can give you 15 minutes. What do you think? 10 or 15?
15. 10 minutes is good. 10 is good, ma'am. I feel 10 is good.
Okay, I'll give you all 15 minutes, but see to it that I want each group to come up with 5 personal and 5 professional goals that you want to set as a group for the future. In later on,
Ma'am.
I would, yes, Shashi sir.
Ma'am, can you increase the number of groups because 181 members is there, so it will be mess up. Can you increase to 15?
15? Okay, then I'll have to make the time to 10 minutes.
Yes, sure. Time is 10 minutes is okay, ma'am.
Fine.
Okay. Shall I
Rita,
make
ma'am?
the 15 groups, ma'am, right away?
Yes, 15 groups. 10 minutes, okay?
Yes.
One minute, Rita, ma'am. Anita, ma'am, you
Okay,
have
ma'am.
raised your hand. Is there something?
Ma'am, I'm asking that this should be a personal goal you're saying. The personal goal will be for the group. As a group, it should be because
Try to generalize. Try to generalize. Or you could, or I'll give you another alternative also. You could choose one individual from amongst y'all for personal goal. Got it? And either as a group, you could come up with a professional goal. I just want you all to understand the concept of personal and professional. Okay, clear? Yes. Please, yesterday also, ma'am, Saili ma'am had said, rename yourself iPhone. I don't know whom I'm talking.
Ma'am, even in attendance, we will have problem, ma'am. Otherwise, we'll
Please
know.
rename yourself. Yeah, tell me now.
Ma'am, C.H. Shweta Kasliwal.
Yeah, tell me quickly.
Yeah. Ma'am, the personal goal also, I think will apply because they're different for everyone.
The personal goal essentially is personal, but because of the limitation of time, I am requesting either you all come up with a generalized personal goal for the sake of the session. I would expect you all to do it later on your own. Otherwise, out of your group, you choose one person who is okay with sharing his or her personal goal.
Same applies to the professional goals also.
I leave it to you all. I leave it. I just want at the end of 10 minutes, I want 5 personal and 5 professional goals from each breakout room.
Okay, ma'am.
Clear?
Understood.
10 minutes. Yeah, your time, Rita ma'am. Yes,
Shall
you can start.
Yes, I'm opening the rooms, ma'am.
10 minutes, okay? Yes.
Recording in progress. Recording in progress.
From my
Recording
side.
in progress.
I don't know. I can I button Manoj. I think that is more. That's really not a goal in the way we would.
Recording in progress.
You're not audible. You're silent. On mute.
Okay. There should be a message that comes on your screen. Like, for example, right now I'm getting a message by Rita ma'am to join, where I'm being invited to join room 13.
Yeah,
but of course,
I haven't got this message, man.
we'll get it. It is coming. It is coming.
I have also not received any message.
I can see it's coming.
I was John a bit.
अयाज सारा रूम में रिकॉर्डिंग स्टार्ट कर लीजिए अयाज द वे यू डिड यस्टरडे अयाज हाँ yes all the 15 rooms yes
पांडे सर, आपको मैसेज आया होगा स्क्रीन पे. Lokesh ji, I can see that. Okay, wait. Rita ma'am, some people are not getting assigned.
Better if you can just.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I can understand somehow.
There's no invite. We need to have that invite.
Kindly ask them to push us into some room. That would be better, I think.
No, but I cannot push you all from here because your name is grade. So it looks like the invite has gone to you all, but it was not joined. Anyway, people who are over here, maybe they can try to frame their own goals.
Am I in a room now?
Lokesh ji, I see that you have been assigned a room, but you are not joining it.
No, I pressed it. No, I pressed that to join the room. It does not accept it. I don't know. I got the message. I pressed the button. I pressed that. Accept it. Didn't push me into the room.
Yeah.
Can you ask her to send them again?
You're in room number 12.
But I'm not able to. I got the message. I saw it, but I couldn't get in.
Ayaz, is it possible for you to put location room number 12? Okay, fine.
Can you send them?
was professional, right?
Recording in progress.
Thank you. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Excuse me, Sandhya? Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, hi. So I had to disconnect for a minute or two, and now I see, I think we were talking about teams, right? So
Yes.
probably the teams have been made. So what should I do now?
Yeah, I see that you were supposed to be in room number 13. You should have
Uh-huh.
got it to wait. I will do one thing. I'll try to move you to some other room.
Yeah, and also what is the purpose
Just
of
see if you
doing
have got
whatever
some.
we have?
You may have got a message. Please
Yeah,
go.
room number 11. So what do I have to do there?
Join.
Just join. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Sandhya madam,
Good.
actually, I had some issue with my voiceover, so I had to leave. So I was in the room number 6. Sorry, 9.
You were in room number 9.
Yeah. So can I go back into that room or should I go to some another room?
1 minute. Let me first find you. You are in room number 9. I guess you'll have to wait now for some time.
Okay.
Rita ma'am, 10 minutes are done.
All have been assigned, ma'am. I don't see any unassigned.
No, 10 minutes are done.
We started at 2 more minutes we can give.
1 minute before, you can send a broadcast message, ma'am.
Sure, ma'am.
I am broadcasting that we'll be closing in 1 minute.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I'm closing the rooms.
Yes, close. Okay. Quickly, I'll just call out randomly a group number. Achha, it's good that you all are passing in, you all are putting in the chat box. Let me see it from there. Very good. Thank you so much.
I would like to speak. We are group number 8.
Group, yes.
Group
Yes,
number
Soumya,
8.
ma'am.
Shabana.
Yes.
Yeah.
Tell me, ma'am.
We had a very nice discussion and we came up with a few professional goals as well as personal goals. I would start with the personal goals first.
Yes.
Everybody wanted a healthy, peaceful life. Because of the profession, it should not affect on your health. So you should, manage it in that way. Positive attitude towards things, because we all agreed that it is not the load that breaks us, but it is the way we carry the load that breaks us down. Patience, friendly and nice. And we all are determined that yes, we are blessed by so many facilities, natural things gifted and saved by our earlier generation. So it is our responsibility to carry it down and take it down for our future generation. So use all the things in such a way that you are able to preserve it for the next generation. You don't finish up and go. So we all feel that yes, keeping in mind the environment, we have to preserve it and we have to see that yes, we are going to take it forward and let others also enjoy it. This was the personal. And when it came to professional goals, regarding professional goals, it was again work-life balance was the first priority. Adaptable and flexible attitude, because at times you have to change. You cannot be very rigid. With the changing times, with the changing scenario in this jet age, You cannot be rigid. You have to adapt yourself. Again, we all wanted to have enrichment of our knowledge. We all want to update ourselves and not say, "Whoosh, I'm done now." And a learning attitude, networking, and collaborative work. Let us be there be a win-win situation. Even I win and you win. Gone are those days when, if I have to win, you have to lose. So let it be a collaborative work we take forward for achievement of the goals and objectives. Thank you, ma'am.
Very good. I really loved it when you all said that personal health, in fact, personal, physical and mental health and spiritual health, this should be an important personal goal, because if we are trying to, and being positive should be a personal goal, because if we do not inculcate these values within us, if we do not have this as a goal, we will not be able to promote this to the students. I see a lot of chartered accountant students, they are not focusing on healthy life. What's the use of trying to go ahead in career, trying to earn money, if you do not have the health to enjoy it? So very nice. Very
Team number
nice
7.
submission.
I
Yes.
would like to pitch in for team number 7, ma'am.
Yes, Himanshu.
Yeah, my name is Himanshu. I'm from SIRC Bangalore. I'll be very short and up to the point. So the first, I'll be covering the personal goals, and one of my team member will cover the professional goals. The first one is in personal goals is fitness. Health is wealth is the mantra. So early to bed and early to rise and work on the fitness level so that we are fit at the later age also. The second one is helping family members to grow in terms of helping them with the education, the choices they make, the funding for their education and all. That is the second one. The third one is to travel, to explore the world, to learn new culture. The fourth one is intellectual goal, that is upgradation of self-knowledge, perspectives, the way you look at the things, the way you look at the health, the family matters, and all that stuff. And the fifth one is social goals, to help the community, doing community service, work with NGO, and help the poor, those who are in need, to help them. That is the fifth one. So these are the 5 personal goals from team
Okay,
number
very good.
7.
Professional goals from your group?
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. I will be continuing with the professional goals. So we as a team have decided these 5 professional goals. First is to focus on the career growth and learning and continuous updations. The second is networking, because presently we alone cannot progress. We as a team need to progress. The third one is the most important one, is to improve our investment skills. What we see is that most of us focus on the passive source of income, active source of income, instead of focusing on the passive source of income. Our active life is maybe 30 years, but passive life is till we are dead. So if we can improve our investment skills, our return on investment will add more than the active source of income.
Very, very good. Very good, Ritesh.
And the fourth one is how we can improve our revenue as well as market share, focusing on those things, and finally trying to add a new vertical to the firm. Say presently we are focusing on.
Can I interrupt you here? You
Yes,
said increasing our market share. Can you elaborate on that?
Means how we can improve, how we can increase the revenue of the firm. Like by adding a new vertical to the firm. If we are practicing in, say, we are practicing only taxation, then we can venture into auditing or accounting or any other thing. We need to focus on those things.
As a trainer, how will you maximize the or increase the value of your share?
As a trainer, by increasing my visibility, by becoming a YouTuber, by becoming a fin influencer, because I am very much interested in stock market and investing. So I basically love to train.
So using social media to convey your strengths and trying to get access to the opportunities. So in today's world, where the population is so immense, where the boundaries, national boundaries, are disappearing. So in that, in a crowd of billions, we need to take
we can leverage the social network. We can leverage the social network, and if we just work a bit harder, if we can, means we are working harder, but if we can work a bit harder, our achievement will be more. What I have realized.
Even besides that, correct. Even besides that, besides the social media, yes, you raised a very valid point. Besides that, it is my personal experience that in every class that you take, understand these students are the future. So when you try to influence each student by adding value to their life, it is they who are talking about you to the world.
Yes.
Right? So
Yes.
they can be your ambassadors to promote you to the world.
Yes.
So that's also how you can increase your visibility, your market share.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? Okay. Yeah.
Okay,
Anything else?
No. Thank
Okay.
you, ma'am.
Yeah. 1 minute, Sheetal, ma'am.
Yeah. Hello, ma'am.
Yes. 1 minute. Hold on. Now, why did we I will come to you all. Why did we go through this exercise of setting personal goal and professional goal? Why?
To
you all
create
are all
to know our territory.
To reflect on ourselves.
To majorly understand that all of us basically have similar types of personal and professional goals.
I think our journey is about both professional and personal. We have to travel in both the lanes and then reach our success.
And many times
journey.
Correct. You know what? Many a times we know we need to do something. We know it. We always have, but unless and until sometimes you just need to put it on paper. When you put it on paper, when you are saying it to somebody, when you are saying it out loud, suddenly the accountability sets in. I saw somebody put a message in our WhatsApp group saying, what is the purpose of this exercise? Do you all agree that this exercise makes sense?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
it is.
Yes,
Yes,
fact,
ma'am, absolutely.
You have to, it's not just now. This should be an exercise that should continuously happen in your future. Every day, you set up a timeline, maybe a day, maybe a week, maybe a month. You write it down because it's there in our mind. But when we see it on paper, when we speak out loud, we also hear it. When others hear it, then they remind us. So you keep it acts as a reminder for us. It prevents us from going off track. That's the reason. I mean, such a big class, in spite of the time shortage.
Ma'am, can I say something?
Can I add something?
Can I add something?
Yeah,
Yes.
anything that was not discussed till now. If you have any goal,
Whenever-
1 minute. Let me first go to Sheetal ma'am because she had raised her hand first. Good morning, Sheetal ma'am. Nice to see you.
Good morning, Sanya ma'am. Good to see you.
Yeah. Yes,
Yes,
tell
ma'am.
me.
So we have also added in personal goals, we have also added health in terms of finance.
I think that was covered.
Okay.
That was
And
covered.
last but not the least, in personal goals, we also added why I'm on earth, the purpose of my own life.
Awesome, Sheetal ma'am. Yes.
Psychological need, that is called up. Yes, Sheetal ma'am?
Sorry?
Yes.
That's a psychological need. That is the main needs of the Maslow high need theory.
Correct.
So
why I'm on earth, that was one of the most important personal goals which
very good. I'll interrupt you there. I know for some people it's a very vague question. Some people may get the answer in few months, few years, or maybe a lifetime. You do not know when you will get the answer. But trust me, and I'm telling you this from my experience, I came to know this answer about 4 years ago. And the day I realized this, I stopped complaining in life. My outlook towards life has become very, very positive because now I know this is what is the purpose of my life. Now, if I take that path, it's only for me to grow.
Correct.
Very good.
And on
yes.
professional front, like as this FDP is empowering us to be better trainers, so we need to update ourselves, do more certifications, keep on learning. We should have our timeline fixed for a year. Okay, these are the things I want to learn in 2024. We should have a plan, a proper planner for even that.
Very good. Yes, Soumya ma'am.
Thank you for the opportunity, ma'am.
Soumya ma'am, anything new that you would like to add? Soumya Kamath ma'am.
Ma'am, I would like to add that more or less whatever we discussed had and fitness.
Okay, anything new because of the shortage of time?
Dominant. So balance. I would definitely like to add, because when you said whether this activity made sense, I actually personally felt that we do goal setting sessions and I asked my students to do it. And I never thought about it actually from my end.
Yes, it really, because
was
then yes, when we do it, we are able to speak to the students with conviction. We are, because we have experienced
Yes.
it, so we are able to add more value.
I
That was
definitely,
the purpose.
it definitely gave me a moment to reflect on whether I have thought about my personal and professional goals, so that I can be a better guide or a mentor to my students.
Yes, Dr. Sanjay sir. I can't hear you, sir. You have to unmute. Can't hear you.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry, ma'am. We can add in a personal goal, visionary leadership.
Can you elaborate? Should it be personal or should it be professional?
It's a personal. It may
Very
be
good.
in a both. It may be in a both. It may be in a both. And second one is a best learner.
See, when it is personal, I become accountable for it. When I say I want to become a visionary leader, I take full control of trying to become a visionary leader. Whereas in professional, it is also dependent on some other forces.
Yes,
so
yes.
My accountability increases when I take it as a personal goal. Very good. Rupa ma'am, anything that you would like to add that is not mentioned?
Yeah, till now, what has not been mentioned is the group felt that we want to, as a professional goal, we want to write books. And the other one, which was very interesting, was to be a TEDx speaker, because we are in this business of communicating ideas to an audience. And one of the benchmarks can be that you are a TEDx speaker. The other one, very interesting one, was that we all want to be capable of handling every kind of question, whether it is from a 5-year-old or a 90-year-old. So that, I think, is kind of a little different from whatever we have encountered till now. All of them are great.
Okay, how would you, what is the path that you would want to take, or what is the kind of support that you would want if you want to be a TEDx speaker in future?
Yeah, one is to hone on the subject, hone our knowledge on subject. And obviously, one is to market oneself through the kind of work which we do. So I think the more you speak, the more you realize, the more you market yourself, the chances of getting closer to be a TEDx speaker is that much increased. So I think that's where most of the faculty would like to go. I'm sure all of us would have this, even if it has not been stated just in so many words.
Okay. Yes, Anshul ma'am. Very, very nice, Rupama. Anshul ma'am.
Yeah, so I heard the previous speaker about a goal to be a TEDx speaker. I just want to proudly say that I'm a TEDx speaker, but I have never done anything or anything for that matter to reach out to that goal. And for this, I will relate to your one of the slides wherein you mentioned about Karmanya Vadhikaraste. So it is about keep doing your good work and you will be recognized, you will be appreciated. So this is what I would like to say here.
Yes, your time will come. It will come.
You.
But what
it
is
comes,
important?
it comes.
Comes. But you cannot wait for that time to come. You have to, God helps only those who help themselves. That's
Correct.
my strong.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Keep doing and it will come to you on its own.
You would like to add? Yes. Jaideep Kumar. Yes.
Yeah. Hi, good morning, everyone. The personal goals and one professional goal and two professional goals I would like to add. On the personal front, the new thing is learning the life skills. We are learning so many skills, but the life skill is the best one we need to learn to be there in the society and to be with everyone. And the two professional goals which we are adding as a group practice to be more focused on the ethics. That is what the most what is most expected from us nowadays. And another one to add is giving back to the society, and we have put it under professional, not personal, because since we are taking from the society as at a professional level as well, we want to give back to the society at a professional level, be it contributing to charity. Like I have decided to contribute 1% of my receipts. So the way we need to contribute to the society. So these are the new things we've added.
See, more than giving back to the society, I always believe it's we are not giving back. We are actually trying to go further on our path to grow. That's what I believe. And you made, you said life skills. Why is it called life skills?
See, it is to understand why we are here and how we are living, right? It is not only about the professional skills to learn, but see, everyone will teach us the professional skills, but literally there are very few people who teach us the life skills, right?
Okay,
So
hold there. Anantram sir, I would love to hear your perspective, going by
Yeah,
your experience.
good morning. While the perspectives are already put on the chat box, there's one thing that we have a request for, to teach the basics of finance and accounts because we are dealing with CA aspirants and we are non-CAs. So could you design a small module for us, or some information, so that we become more relevant and we can use these in our for our own knowledge about finance and accounts, certain jargon that is used.
Excellent. Rita ma'am, are you listening?
Yes, I've noted it immediately, ma'am.
And
Most
Aditya
important
sir
for-
would love this suggestion. Definitely,
Yes.
definitely we would come up with some course which is kind of giving an introduction to the CA world. And
Yeah.
Because we are the future ICAI trainer,
Yes.
should be aware. We have to be responsible enough that if you're trying to teach the students, we should walk the walk. Only then we can guide them. Very nice. I knew I would get something new yesterday. When I was listening, I could see the active participation. Sir. Thank you so much.
And
Mithali ma'am.
lifelong learning,
Yes.
100% critical for all of us. Healthy lifestyle, as many have mentioned, and earn for ourselves, to have the feel good factor. Thank you so much.
Yes. Mithali ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. One thing I feel that was not discussed, and it was discussed in our group 10, was more financial inclusion for others. A lot of people have no idea about their investments. We are very often people who are a little smart with money in terms of investments and others. So have a lot of more people, include relatives. In fact, we talked about getting the people who help us in our house to start with some investment options. So reach out on a bigger or better scale in terms of financial inclusion for a lot more people. That was one thing I feel not discussed.
So when Anantram sir said that we having a kind of a introductory course, that would also help us improve our perspective and improve our knowledge in terms of offering that kind of a guidance to others also. So does that also cover your point, ma'am?
Yes, it does. But there are some of us who are already operating in the markets. We know some of the things. So if we have that knowledge and information, we should get more people included. That was one of our the goals that we discussed, ma'am.
Yes. Good enough. Okay, now one last, I'll say before we proceed. Okay, Naini ma'am. Chalo.
Ma'am, one of the personal goals that we discussed in our group was, detachment in your personal relationships, doing things for people, but not really expecting too much that, we end up hurting ourselves. That was one of the personal goals that we discussed in our room.
Sthita Pragya, being a Sthita Pragya, that's what Bhagavad Gita says.
Okay. Yes. That's
Whatever
what
it is, it should not be as balanced as much as possible. Put in your efforts. Do not take credit for anything, and do not, do not blame. Take the blame also for anything. Whatever happens, happens because
it was meant to be. It was meant to happen.
It was meant to be. Okay.
And ma'am, it becomes more difficult to practice in personal life. So I believe that's one of the personal goals.
It is we who say it is difficult. Trust me, once you start it, it becomes easy. I will tell you from my own experience. There was a time when I used to panic. I have had panic attacks to problems in life. But over a period, life has thrown me down many times, and I've had my share of tears. I used to fight with God. Why me? But today I realized that because that was me then, it is me today. So today my approach towards problem has changed. Whenever I'm faced with a strenuous situation, I always say to myself, and I don't say it once, I say it multiple times, that I am always in safe hands. Because we are all children of the same God. And if we believe that we are always in safe hands, then every problem it becomes an opportunity to learn. That's what. So
Yes.
it's over a period. It requires practice, but it
Ma-
happens. Yes.
One last word, ma'am.
Yes.
Chapter 6 of Bhagavad Gita, fourth shloka,
Mind control. Yes.
ends with a simple line. Sarva bhuta hite rata. Sarva bhuta hite rata. Krishna says to Arjuna that you do all this, everything, penance, but at the end of the day, for the welfare of every human being, if you have a concern for that, then you become a true yogi, true bhakta, true. So here, that is one where personal goal sublimates with the professional goal. When forever,
One more
in
thing
a
I would like to
in a
add.
selfless,
One thing I would like to.
Okay,
Sandhya
I
ma'am.
will just let me Amar sir. Yes, I think he has been telling.
Sandhya ma'am, I
Yes.
haven't spoken for my group, room number 3. So my fellow roommates would be a little disappointed. So I just want to finish in one line
Okay,
because lot
something
has
that
been
is
said.
not there in your group.
Yeah,
Something that is
exactly.
not.
I'll just summarize in what has not been. The personal goal involves that whatever we do, whether looking after ourselves or we're looking after others or we're trying to lift others, at the end of the day, we should do things. We must do things which makes us happy. That's the ultimate goal. We must be happy. That's summarizing the personal. And the professional one is that while we need to learn, unlearn, teach others, help others, we need to improve our IQs and motivate others to do well so that they achieve their goals in life. That is briefly the professional and the personal.
I will add to your professional goal. When you say IQ, I would say it is not just IQ, it's also EQ and MQ, because if that is what we are trying to convey to the students, then we need to look at ourselves also. And when you said about the personal goal, what was it that you said? Just
the personal goal was that no matter what we do, at the end of the day, it should make us happy. We must be happy individuals.
Yeah. Now, it's my strong belief that the key to our happiness is in our hands only. Never give that key to anybody. So when Dr. Naini ma'am said that basically, let somebody else not affect you that much. They will not affect you when the key to your happiness is in your hands. If somebody is dominating me, it's because I am letting that person dominate me. If somebody is hurting me, it is because I am letting that person hurt me. Right? Okay. With that, because of short. Okay, Ruchi ma'am, one last thing. Unmute yourself, ma'am.
One thing which was not discussed, and I would like to add that for my personal goal, I would like to meditate daily to enhance my internal strength and peace, and pass on that same peace to my family and to everybody around me. So
Very good. Very good.
Thank you.
We will try to continue this discussion a little later.
Ma'am, can I?
One last, Anurag sir, चलो. आप कुछ बोल रहे हो? Okay, Apeksha ma'am.
Ma'am, can I? Yes, ma'am. Very good morning. Ma'am, I would like to add just one thing, which is professional and personal, both. I, being an academician, I prefer to be involved in research work. Okay, so it's a continuously we must be engaged in some or other kind of research.
Correct. Because only when we are continuously researching, we are accumulating more and more knowledge, more and more skills. We are developing the versatility, and that's how makes us adaptable to every situation. And that's how it will improve our decision-making skills, because these 3 skills, I firmly believe, are required for every individual, particularly in today's times. Right? Okay, now with that, I will continue with the PowerPoint. We will come as time permits. Okay, we will definitely get back to this. Okay, yeah. So, can you all see the screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes,
So,
ma'am.
yeah. So basically, when you're setting the goals, these points need to be looked into. First of all, you need, if you want to be great, okay, your goal may be whatever, but how you achieve your goal will depend upon your passion. If you want to be, for example, a great speaker, a great TEDx speaker, a great trainer, a great communicator, a great mentor, what is the passion that you have? You have to find each person has to find his or her motivation. I want to be a trainer. Is it for money? I want to be a trainer because I want to make that difference. What is my real motivation? Find that real motivation, because that is your passion. And once you realize that, it will help you go ahead in life. Now, your passion cannot, what to say, your passion cannot be that strong if it is not supported by belief. It is the belief which gives fire to that passion. Believe in magic. If you believe in limitations, every time when I say, I want to do this, but that but is a limitation. That but is not real. It is me who's creating that limitation. Instead, if I look at life as whatever it is, I need to achieve it. Whatever it is, I will not, so if you find the real motivation, you will start ignoring the limits. I don't know how many people have read the book Live Limitless, Be Limitless. Okay, when I say over here, it is live without believing in limitation. If you see each of my slides, now it is each person. Are you all there? Can you all hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Yes. Each person has their own style. If you see, none of my slides has a border. I do that on purpose because for me, it is a representation of, I want to share that I do not believe in limitation. Even I'm not able to see the screen suddenly. Okay.
And ma'am, those black boxes are still on your screen.
We can see the screen, ma'am.
Now I can see. Now I can see. I could see the screen, but I was not able to see the side video panel. Okay. So be limitless. So do not, it is we who limit ourselves in many ways. So try to avoid saying that, but try to avoid saying the negative things first. Always be positive in life so that you believe in magic, believe in miracles, and always remember miracles happen to the people who take that step, who take the risk, who believe that things will happen. Okay, so that belief fires passion. But even if you have a belief, even if that belief, the right belief is firing the passion, without the right strategy, you will not be able to set the goals, and you will not be the right goals, and you will not be able to achieve it. Right? Because strategy is what helps in utilizing your resources, helps in giving, outlining the path towards achieving your passion. And to have the right strategy, you need to be clear in your values. Like, I really loved it when a lot of people understood the importance of goal setting. When I forgot her name, I'm very bad with names, so please excuse me. One of the ma'am said that we always do it for our students, but we have rarely done it for ourselves. So when we do for ourselves, we become more clear about whatever. Like even when we are getting, for example, financial training, when we are so unless until we do ourselves, we are not able to. Only with experience we are able to convey our thoughts in a better way. Okay, Ruchi ma'am.
Yeah, I would like to add something. I'm Richa. As you quoted rightly, like most of the time we tell students to do some exercise and we forget to do it ourselves as a trainer or facilitator. Same thing happens when it comes to SWOT analysis. Though it sounds very simple, but as a person, it helps a lot in long life, isn't it?
Yes, correct. Ruchi ma'am, you have to say something?
No, ma'am. You just named me. That is bias.
Fine. And most important, You may have the passion, you may have the belief, you may have the right strategy, you may be clear in values, but without energy, you cannot proceed. When I say energy, it is physical, intellectual, spiritual, because it is a spiritual energy which helps you go ahead in the long run. Physical energy, yes, is important. Intellectual energy is how much you try to acquire knowledge. When you have a passion, you really want to read things, you really want to observe things, you want to acquire as much knowledge. Spiritual knowledge, spiritual energy will help you having the right kind of attitude. Right in the beginning of I love to get to Bhagavad Gita again and again. That's my food every day. I really love it. The first chapter was all about SWOT analysis. While Duryodhan started with a SWOT analysis that I have the largest army or the strongest army in the world. Got it? So it showed an arrogant attitude that he is using others for his fight without trying to give credit for the fact that they are supporting him in his selfish motive, whether they like it or not. As against that, Arjun says that why should these people die for my battle? So the difference in that attitude, helps a person choose the right or wrong path. So that's why the spiritual energy is equally important. Do you all agree?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And finally, the bonding part. Yes, because only when you build a rapport with the participants, they will listen to you. Now, over here, while I have put master of communication as the last point, I am particularly mentioning over here that it is not at all the least important. Though it is the last, it is not the least important, because in today's world, being a master of communication is critical. Like when somebody said that we would like to be TEDx speakers. So yes, for example, the master communicator should be, I also say, somebody who is focusing on meaningful communication. So having a reality check, what we communicate with others and what we communicate with self is equally important. When I'm setting the goals for myself, I'm trying to understand the realities of life. I'm trying to understand where I am, that is where I am and where I want to be, and is it really achievable? Like, for example, I cannot have a goal like I want to be Aishwarya Rai. So I need to have a reality check, or I cannot have a goal. A short person cannot have a goal that I need to be somebody who's 6 feet. A reality check. But one can be tall by one's own deeds, by one's own actions. You don't need to be tall. You don't need to be physically tall always in height. So it is our own actions which give us advantages and disadvantages. Okay. Okay. Rita ma'am, there is somebody called as Anulya or Amulya Sharma. So somebody new has logged in, and again they're going to there are some participants, looks like. Maybe you'll need to restrict the entry that people can come in the waiting room.
Okay.
Are you there, Rita ma'am?
Okay, ma'am.
So that way people can, when they're in the waiting room, you have a better control of who is coming in and coming out. Okay. So when we are master communicators, when we are trying to communicate something, okay, we are trying to inculcate certain values. We are trying to inculcate the approach that people need to take to success. Now, one needs to understand that it's important that we can only tell that person that don't be scared of challenges, but it is that person who has to take the challenges. It is that person who has to have that driving desire to transform. Transformation is possible. Each of us, people who have gone through, people who have seen the different seasons of life, we have seen that transformation is not impossible, but it is at the same time painful. And today's generation, what is happening is, I would not blame them. It is also we who have kind of inculcated this thought in them that life is comfortable, because we as parents, we as seniors, we try to make life as comfortable for them out of our love, or out of our wish to succeed, out of our wish to do something, because of which, let's say, like for example, I am right now in this lecture, so I cannot get involved in my personal things, right? So in that attempt, I would not pay attention to my child. So certain times we end up doing something, right, which kind of gives the younger generation a different conception. So one has to be honest. And when I'm talking about communication, it is not just the words we speak, it is also our actions, because our actions speak louder than words, right? And eventually we have to let them know that people who take the adversity, fail to take the adversities in life, they are the ones who later on think of those adversities as limitations. So do you all agree with this?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. People who shape our lives, our cultures,
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
they are also
Yes, ma'am.
masters of our communication. Each of us has different experiences in life. Now, for example, we are in this online Zoom class. People who are asking questions, people who are interacting. You must have seen there were 15 groups. Over a period of time, I realized that there were some repetitions, but there were also some new points that came up, right? So we have learned from others. So it is now these different thought process. People are here
I
itself in
think
this class.
Ruchi ma'am wants to speak something. She has raised her hand, ma'am.
Okay, yeah, I cannot see. Yeah, tell me, Ruchi ma'am. Okay. No, I guess she has not lowered her hand, that she had raised first. Okay, so when you all raise a hand, please lower it later on, okay? Yeah, so we have to understand that different experiences, different people, different cultures, each of that is communicating to us. Each of that is a building block in building our personality. And similarly, we need to let the students know. So as trainers, we have to be multifaceted. We have to be, the slides are given to us, the syllabus is given to us as a guide. We we cannot get in new topics, but that topic we can cover in different ways, right? We can add our flair of creativity to cover it in different ways. It is up to us, because finally it is we who are in that class. Like for example, when I get into a class, I'm sharing a personal experience because personally I find that useful. But as I said, each person has to develop his or her own strategy. When I get into the class, I take to understand the class. Once I understand the class, once I understand the energy of the class, I understand the overall expectations of the class, I design an activity, I design things or the path to take at that point in time. Yes, Amar, somebody said, Amar sir? Somebody was speaking? Okay. Okay, master communicators, it's what is okay, as trainers, you know, while we are not parents, but we are like parents, right? As a parent, I have a passion to do something for my child. So these students, they come from different backgrounds. Many of them, they come from families who do not have access to a lot of things. So what happens is, when as trainers, while it is, you must have gone through a session, teaching versus training. While I agree that soft skills course is more of a training, not teaching, but I believe that for OC students particularly, To some extent, we also need to be a teacher, because it depends. There are some students who do not have the ability, or who have not yet been exposed to a lot of things. So for them, a greater handholding is important. So for them, you may have to be a teacher to some extent, and over a period of time, you become more of a trainer. Do you all agree with this?
Yes.
Yeah. So it is
Yes,
we
ma'am.
who decide what is right. And like yesterday, I think it was yesterday, a point was raised that, I mean, there were participants who said that sometimes we need to put our foot down. We need to let the students know. It's quite common once in an OC class, and this is, I'm very sure many of you can correlate with this. Typically on the 15th day, so it was an OC class, and 15th day, they were like, okay, ma'am, let's have fun. Please, let's have fun. So that's when, without, I mean, we don't start shouting at them. It's but natural at their age to expect to have fun. So I let them realize that it is they who are paying for this course. It is, when they pay for this course, they pay with the intention of learning, and the institute has designed a wonderful curriculum for them, which will really help them succeed in life. So once we are done with that, as and when the time permits, we will have some fun, but it should be within the scope of the topic. Right? That is how they would maximize the return on their investments. Because eventually in future also, people go to a CA to maximize the return on their investments. So if the student who is going to be the future CA, if he or she is not able to understand the importance of maximizing the return on investment, how will they be able to guide their future clients? Agreed? Agreed?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, this is what I believe strongly. And I know there are some of the participants have been there in my previous classes, so they would know what I'm referring to. Meenakshi ma'am was there, for example, and she had some wonderful additions. Right? Then I see Kishore sir also there. Okay.
I
So
was
again,
also there, Madam M. Chidambaram. I was there for your last class.
yes, Chidambaram sir. Of course, you have been there on all the days.
Yes, ma'am. Thank
Even
you.
I was there.
Yes, yes. So, काकचेष्टा बकोध्यानम स्वाननिद्रा तथैव च स्वल्पहारी गृहत्यागी विद्यार्थी पंचलक्षणम. Can somebody tell me before I go to the next slide?
Ma'am, this shlok describes the student's life, how a student should behave.
Yes. How a student should behave.
They should
Yes.
have the yes. So Kak Cheshta is the how the swan drinks water.
No.
The crane, the crane.
No, Kak is what?
The
perseverance
crow.
How
the crow makes effort.
Crow.
Yes, the story, the age-old
Oh,
story.
Bakodhyanam is the cranes. Sorry, Bakodhyanam is the crane. How they concentrate to catch the fish.
Yes, standing on one foot, how the
Yes.
crane focuses on that large fish. So even when the small fish comes, he doesn't
They-
let that small fish
Right,
distract
right.
him. Yes. And Shwana Nidra is?
Shwan Nidra is the sleep of a
Dog.
Dog. Be
Dog.
alert.
Alert.
Yes. Jailam, आगे क्या है बोलो?
Good morning, ma'am.
Tathaiva
This
cha
is- Yeah.
Alpahari. Alpahari means eating little food.
Shall I, ma'am?
Okay. Yeah, I want, let's have Jailam to continue.
Yeah, ma'am, it is Swalpahari means we must eat less. Griha Tyagi means we should leave our home. Like no, in ancient times, like the even the prince, they were leaving their home to stay at ashram. And
So does that mean we should literally leave our home?
no, not literally leave our home, but we should not feel homesick. Focus towards our studies.
But we should not be
and
focused on the home. And I mean, you know, home problems or that should not pull us down, bog us down.
Yes, yes,
and
yes.
these are the attributes or the qualities of a student.
Is it so? Here, who is the student?
A student is the person who is pursuing the learning.
We are the student.
Yeah, we are the students.
For today, we are.
Yes. So even we need to inculcate these values, right? So when we are, because I have put this because we are this topic is all about charting your course. So unless and until whatever be the goals that you set, if you do not put efforts like that crow, the goal for that crow was drinking the water. And that crow did not give up. He kept on adding pebbles till the water came to a level where he could have the water. Similarly, the crane. See how the crane is standing on that one foot, focused on that fish. So focus, let any distractions come your way. So, Shwana Nidra, stay alert like the dog. The ICAI motto song is also when everybody is sleeping, one has to be alert. Okay. So Shwana Nidra, Alpahari, eat to live, not live to eat. And Grihatyagi, less involvement in home matters. What it means is go beyond your comfort zone. It doesn't literally mean leave the home. That is a misconception. But yes, Bhargav has said minimalist living approach. Then there's one more response, detach. So yes, so be as we have learned, we have kind of entered a world where people want to accumulate things, people want more things for their own, but having a minimalistic approach will really help to grow in life. Agreed?
Yes, miss.
Agreed?
Yeah, ma'am. Agreeing.
Okay. Yeah. So, what does this question mean?
What next?
Being inquisitive.
Being
In
inquisitive.
FDP, may I, ma'am? In FDP, we have to be the same.
Yes. And what else? Is it only in FDP?
No, whenever we are learning. Yeah.
Yes, we have to always be alert. We have to be aware. Okay. So we have to always have this questioning mindset. And that was also my last slide for that particular topic. A question. When I leave the participants with a question, that means that let this not be the end of your learning, right? Keep questioning yourself, keep framing your goals, keep asking yourself the question, why, what, when, where, how. So only when you keep doing this, then you will perfect your goals, you will perfect your approach to the goals, you will achieve your goals in a better way. I don't know why, but I think, okay, this is pinned. Okay, I'm sorry. I think somewhere Amar sir had got, his screen had got pinned. Okay. So any questions still here? The first topic was starting your goals. Do you think that topic has been conveyed adequately?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Any questions, any queries? Before I give you all a few minutes of bio. Yes, Ritesh sir.
I just want to add that setting goals, setting and writing a goal statement is the most important thing which everyone, whether he's a student, whether he's a professional or anyone, we should practice every day. I mean, every day means unless and until we have a complete list of goals which we have to do. Means in my OC and MCS class, irrespective of the topic which I am allotted, I make sure that the student do have a goal statement. And whenever I ask them how many of them have said more, Writing is very important, and personally I have written it myself what I have to do for the rest of my coming years. It's very important.
Yes.
After
Don't just
achieving,
write it.
we think that these are not important stuff. No, practicing means applying is very important. Controlling is important. So thank you, ma'am, for this activity. Because
Don't just
personally, I have
write
never
it.
done it in a.
Don't just write it. Say it loud so that you can hear.
Yeah, I read it every day. I read it every day.
Yes.
I have it in a piece of paper. I read it every day. मेरे को ये करना है. It
Yes.
goes into our subconscious. Of this stage we are like presently Modi ji is leading the country and he himself writes the goal statement. कि
Yes.
मेरे को क्या करना है भारत का मार्गदर्शन आने वाले 1940 means in the next 25 years what he have to do.
And I
Vikshit
have
Bharat.
a suggestion here. You can put down the date as well. You know, whenever you look at that piece of paper,
Yeah,
you recall the date.
Very good. So setting a timeline for the goal, because
Yeah, more
then
specific.
you're accountable and you're also having a kind of time limitation. You are setting the what to say outline. When like for example in the court of law, when any case begins, even if the case goes on for years, but the entire case initially they set the case points. So any argument, any discussion happens related to the case points. So that is the framework. So as Richa ma'am rightly said, having a timeline gives us that framework. Okay. So, and our goal, the points in our goal are like the agenda to be achieved in that timeline. So that makes the goal a smarter goal. Right? We have a specific goal, we have a measurable goal, which is achievable. And who will say what is R?
Relevant.
Realistic.
Realistic.
Relevant. And what is T?
Time bound.
Time limit.
Time bound. Correct. Right? So I think it's 11:32. Should I give you all a couple of minutes of bio break?
Yes, sure.
Yes.
We have the next topic. Okay, chalo.
Actually, no.
Somebody saying?
How much time, ma'am?
2 minutes. 2 minutes. If you all want to stay, if you all have any questions, please feel free to ask.
Ma'am, will you be sharing the slides with us today?
Yes, I'll do that. I'll do that.
Please, it would be very nice if you could share the slides, ma'am.
Sandhya ma'am could feel your energy sitting in Pune also.
Thank you so much, Sheetal ma'am. It is you all who give the energy, you know.
I was wondering, khate kya ho?
I'm so excited that on and off, I'm desperately trying to get back to hear it.
कुछ नहीं खाती मैम, अभी तो फिलहाल डोरियोस खा रही हूँ.
Ma'am, your session has indeed been very interesting and interactive. I'm still traveling, but every time I go off, I'm eager to get back on the line. It's been very interesting. I'm missing out on the part that I'm getting disconnected. But that's why I'm asking you, please share the slides with us.
संध्या मैम, आप जब बोलते हो तो लगता है कृष्ण जी ने अर्जुन से ऐसे ही बात की होगी.
भगवान जमता मैम.
नहीं सच में, बिकॉज यू गो थ्रू दिस गीता डेली ना, वो इम्पैक्ट पूरा आपके में आ गया है मैम. इट्स रियली, मैं एकदम सच बोल रही हूँ. और आई एम मेस्मराइज्ड. कुछ चीजें आपने जो पिछले सेशन में भी बोला था, द वे यू डिस्क्राइब योर दैट वीडियो, इट वाज वंडरफुल. आई नेवर, मतलब बहुत लोग सब समझाते, वो फ्लो नहीं आता. जो मुझे लगा है कृष्ण जी ने भी ऐसे अनब्रेकेबल बोला होगा, अर्जुन को डिस्ट्रैक्ट हुआ ही नहीं होगा.
Thank you so much, Jamuna ma'am.
It is.
I'm nowhere near that. It is hardly.
कृष्ण जी की कृपा हो गई है आप पे.
Thank you so much, so much, so much.
Ma'am, can you
We
give
are
us
blessed
your...
Thank
Ma'am, can you give us your email address if you want to get in touch
I'll put it
with
in the
you?
chat box.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Please put it in the chat box, your email ID and telephone number.
Yes. I'm also on LinkedIn. Lokesh ji has said that good morning, ma'am. To understand the last story, one must know how to read. No, Lokesh ji, we don't need to. Now there is, thanks to Google, there is so much of information available.
Ma'am,
And yes.
yes. So I'm personally so delighted to hear that you are referring to Bhagavad Gita, which I do in my class. For instance, as you may be aware, there is a sloka, Apurjyamana Achala Samudra Apa Prabhishanti Jattat. There is a sloka which says, when all the rivers flow into the sea, and the rivers carry lot of dust, lot of things, but the sea is not dead. Sea is alive. The sea is not disturbed. Achala Samudra. And then Krishna says that any person who gets all those pinpricks in life, which are natural, and despite the pinpricks, who is able to concentrate on me, and that concentration, Bhakta example you have given very rightly, and person who concentrates on me, so Santi Prapnoti Nocha Kamopicha. He says he gets peace, not the one who is involved in kama, nocha kama picha. So I often do that. I find wonderful, wonderful. I feel at least yes. And from a mentor like you, when I get it, of course, I'm 74 and still learning.
I'm blessed to be listening to people like you, to so many senior people like you. This online forum gives me an opportunity to connect. And I think there's one response in the chat. So I would definitely want to know the number of the shlok, from which chapter and the shlok. Do you remember it? Abhi jo aapne bola. Yes.
Yeah, this is, I think, 12th chapter.
Yes.
I will let you know. I think it is 12th chapter. 12th chapter. I will let you know. Maybe before this class is over, I will let you know.
Yeah.
I don't do it as a parrot of learning. I do it internally. I have internalized something. I mean, I started it from 93 reading Vedas and Upanishads.
Very good. I started this actually in 2020 when I think I told in my last class, so people who are there will know. I have been teaching business and management mantras through Bhagavad Gita in one of the colleges. It was for a BCom college. So that really helped me understand to some extent 1% of Bhagavad Gita. But my challenge over there was that I was not teaching students the shlokas from Bhagavad Gita, and that to youngsters. I was teaching them management and business mantras through Bhagavad Gita. So, and the youngsters today, they want you to speak their language. They don't want you to be preaching to them. So that was a wonderful
I have
experience.
been reading Bhagavad Gita since 1968. I graduated from I graduated from Delhi. I was a topper also in 72. So I've been doing that. But today when I look at you, because I don't quote also the slokas, I was a little provoked to do that, having heard you. Wonderful, wonderful session.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, if everybody has
Sir,
come.
Madam, may I ask a question related to this?
Sure.
Chidambaram. No, just on the right, only 1%. There could be some non-believers or who don't, who are following some other faith. When you keep referring so many slokas, how do you think they would feel and how do you handle them?
Okay, now this is a very, very nice question because the college that I taught this it is recognized, I mean, this course is recognized by Mumbai University. So this was the first question that was asked to us by Mumbai University because there'll be people from different faiths. So I always tell people, and it is a fact that I personally believe that Bhagavad Gita it's not, we should not limit it to being a religious book. If it was a religious book, so many experts in the world would not have followed it. For example, when Jeff Bezos, the founder of Amazon, says that everything comes with an expiry date, it is what Bhagavad Gita says, that the body is something that can be destroyed, but the soul goes on. So the marketplace, the players in the market will change. The format the format goes through a transformation. The basic format still stays the same. Then when somebody like Elon Musk says that if you need something badly, you will put all your efforts. Or in our Hindi movie, we hear a dialogue like, अगर किसी चीज को शिद्दत से चाहो, सारी पूरी कायनात उसे आपसे मिलाने में लग जाती है. So that is what it is. Basically, it is you do your duty with dedication, you will get the results. Karma with bhakti, you will get gyan. So it all depends on the dedication. I see Dr. Sanjay has raised his hand.
Yes, ma'am. Can I add that?
May I ask a question? I just
Okay,
thanks for the explanation, ma'am. So we just say it as one of the things which is giving us moral values. That's all. We don't take it that way. Even though we are Hindus, we don't take it. It belongs to us. It's universal. Is it that the way we approach it? Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, that's how. I always tell people, I quote Bhagavad Gita because I have read it. So, but it is, I'm not saying, I'm not against any other religious text. It is finally each person's belief. We have to learn to respect that. Yes, Anantram sir?
Yeah, no, I just was looking into the sloka. Is it chapter 2, sloka 70? It says, just as the ocean remains undisturbed by the incessant flow of waters from rivers merging into it, likewise, the sage who is unmoved, despite the flow of desirable objects all around him, attains peace, and not the person who strives to satisfy desires. I found this also very interesting.
Absolutely.
Very nice, sir. Sir, please put the shloka number in the chat box because somebody had put
Bhagavad
it.
Gita, chapter number 7.
Here.
Yes, who's this?
Lokesh here.
Yes.
Good morning. Really enjoyable class. As usual, you are really captivating the audience. Now, I attended your earlier session, and this point actually I wanted to make it there. Now, why I'm mentioned that it should be read in Sanskrit is because some words, like for example, if you look at that slide, when you say Swan is a SWSH, but the word is written there, if I read in English, it is SWAN or SVAN.
Yes.
Therefore,
Correct.
If I were you, I would say, try to read this passage as in Sanskrit. Then the Swan will become Shwan.
Yeah, but
otherwise it is Swan.
I understand,
And
sir.
one more thing, there's another point here. A swan also is a very incredible creature. It is supposedly separates water from milk when it drinks. So there also, there's a connotation it can be taken there. So my suggestion is that before showing the slide, because somebody was saying swan, that's also correct. It's not absolutely wrong. But if you say it in Sanskrit, it will be Shwan. That's my point, madam.
Correct. Now I'll do one thing. Since it's after break time, we are already running a little late. I'll start with a video that I generally love. I hope you all like the videos that I show.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am.
Double 9373 82.
Please observe the video, okay? And I'm going to ask questions after this. And as I said, as I always say, observe each and every aspect of the video. Can you see my screen?
Not yet, ma'am.
Okay.
Ma'am, somebody is still playing on the screen.
Yeah. Now can you see? Are you all able to see and hear?
Yes,
ma'am. We can.
Yeah, the mobile video, yes, we can see.
Can't hear. We can see.
Because I paused it once again.
Paused.
Hello. What are you doing tonight?
Me?
Join me for dinner?
Sure.
See you at 8. 1 black coffee, please.
Ericsson mobile phones, surprisingly small.
Liked it.
Yes, ma'am.
What did you all see in the video?
Miscommunication.
Misunderstanding.
Contact.
Don't jump into conclusions.
Jumping to conclusion, right?
Yes,
It is not
fast
what it looks like.
conclusion.
Okay. Even before,
Non-verbal.
Nilesh sir,
Man
your
will be
voice
man.
is breaking.
Eye
Nitish sir,
contact was wrong. Ma'am, eye contact was wrong.
Somebody was saying man will be man, so overestimating your smartness.
Height of expectation.
I didn't say it. I didn't say it.
No man.
What we
I
think
said,
as
I said, I said
opportunity,
it, I said it.
what we think as good opportunity may not be so.
Now the point over here is, see, everybody commented on the video, but it didn't start with the video. I expected you all to start with how the company, Ericsson company, first they identified who is their target customer for that product. Because this was a time when Nokia was at its peak. Sony Ericsson had launched their mobile. They had to identify a niche market for their brand. And if you see, why is it that that gentleman makes the mistake? Why did he make the mistake?
He could
The
not
phone
see
was
the mobile
invisible.
phone.
The mobile
Exactly.
phone is small. Very
The
small
mobile
inside.
phone is small. That
Compact.
lady, the way she's dressed, she is dressed in a sophisticated manner. So she believes in grace. She believes in beautiful presentation. She believes in aesthetics. The gentleman is also, so obviously both of them are seated at a place where they believe in aesthetics. And that's the reason when she's seated over there, she's busy talking. How many of us, when we are into our thoughts, or when we are speaking, how many of us really, even if we are seeing somewhere, whether we are really seeing what is going around?
True. Yeah.
Right?
We blank out the background sometimes. We blank out the background.
Like, for example, right now I'm speaking, though I have put this particular background, whether I have this background or not, just imagine I am sitting at a place where I'm comfortable, where I'm sitting. So I may not see anything negative in my background, but my audience may find something that they don't believe in. Right? So our observation has to not just be from our perspective. It has to be from others' perspective. We have to understand the various stakeholders that are there. When I was in US, when I moved into a new apartment, on the 4th day, there was a situation where I got two days I was very busy. I'd moved into this new apartment, and it did the same thing what generally we as Indians do. Okay. The 3rd day, because I used to be studying also along with working. So 3rd day, I didn't get out of my room. 4th day, I went out for some grocery. I realized that they did not ring the bell. And you know what that notice said? That notice said, there is a Nazi symbol on your door. Please erase it.
Swastik. Swastik.
Now, all of us understood that it was swastik. All of us. But I was in their country. They did not feel the need to do the research, to understand. Even when I told them that this is swastik, not the Nazi symbol. 1 minute, the power has gone at my place. But just... So, I did something that I believed was normal, was natural. So we have to, when it comes to perception, it is not just what we understand. It is we also need to see the perspective, or we need to see from the other's point of view. So when we are taking, for example, when we are training students, we need to see the world from the student's perspective. When I'm making a presentation, I need to present from the knowing the perspective of my client or customer, right? So here I wanted y'all, or I expected y'all to look right from the beginning, like when Ericsson Mobile, as a company, they decided to promote their product. They first identified their target customer. Then they tried to see how to reach out to that target customer. So that's when designing the ad, identifying the various participants, various entities, identifying the right place, the right color of the outfit, right? The right angle in which the way the lady is sitting. She's sitting very gracefully. And then she is, it's not her fault that she was seated in a way that the gentleman was right in front. And it was neither the gentleman's fault, right? But it was a perception which made him get up and come to her. He believed that she was trying to talk to him. And then he was, he didn't. So it was because it was, both of them were culturally very sensitive. So he just goes back, even though he's disappointed, then he goes back. It does without creating a scene. Right? He didn't say, no, you were the one who were calling me. You were the one who's speaking, or you were the one, you should have understood when you're looking at me. He didn't say that. He just quietly moved off. So he understood his mistake. And then throughout the video, they do not talk about the brand. It's only towards the end they speak about Ericsson Mobile. So they made the audience first understand the benefits that people can get, or they showed the audience that we understand you as our prospective customers. Instead of speaking about the brand, they spoke about the benefits that the brand or the product will offer to the customers. Does that make sense? Right?
Yes.
So this is how, obviously by now you know what is my topic. What is my topic?
Presentation.
Yes.
Storytelling.
Powerful
Is it storytelling?
Storytelling is also a part of the presentation.
Know your audience.
Is
Right?
it related to perception, that you don't make perceptions about things?
No, you need to understand the perception. You need to understand the perception from every stakeholder's perspective.
No, the slides, what you're going to touch upon that area.
It is about powerful presentations, but before I touch up the slides, I want to clarify that when we talk about presentations, are we referring to PowerPoint?
No,
Yes,
ma'am.
Bhavik.
No. It's just a tool.
Yes, very good. Very good, very good. Now, can somebody tell me why Microsoft has named it as PowerPoint?
Making a powerful point. Visual aid to what you have to say. Retention is higher.
Why is the retention higher in PowerPoint? Yes. Who's it? Please raise your hand.
Repeat the question?
I asked the question, why has Microsoft named the tool as PowerPoint? Ritesh ji.
To make our point powerful.
How can you make the points powerful?
With a visual aid.
Correct. Having pointers, having pictures, right? You must have seen, I am just putting points there, or I'm putting pictures, which using to tell a story about it, to engage, right? If I put all the text over there, and if you're reading through the slides, I as a speaker do not need to be there. Plus, when I'm reading through my slide, I am losing the opportunity to connect with my audience, right? Use the slide as a background, as a backup. Never look at the slide. Look at the audience. Yes, right, Jagdish ji. Pictures speak louder than words. Pictures, videos, I used at least 2 pictures till now where I asked you all questions. You know, there were certain perspectives that even I did not think of. The very first picture where I showed that that face, the kind of twin faces, right, where things are being fed into the brain. So I came across so many different perspectives. You know, it helps. It is an icebreaker. It is a nice energizer in between. You can use such approach at different stages in your class. You can use it as an icebreaker. You could use it as an energizer in between. You could use it to engage the audience on certain points. You could use it as a brainstorming tool where you come up with a blank slide, you take inputs and then you put it on and then you show your slide. Right? Or you could simply take their inputs and let them, yes, Sanjay ji, Dr. Sanjay?
Yes, ma'am. Can I add some things?
Yes.
As per Gita, I can connect Gita visualization and PowerPoint connection because Shri Krishna अर्जुन को समझाते रहे कि we all are the soul और जिसको जो दिख रहा है वो सबका अंत होना है. तो श्री कृष्ण तो अर्जुन सुन रहे थे बट उनका माइंड एक्सेप्ट नहीं कर रहा था बिकॉज वो उसको विजुलाइज नहीं कर पा रहा था. देन फिर भगवान श्री कृष्ण ने विराट स्वरूप दिखाया और जो बोल रहे थे वो उसको दिखाया. एंड एज पर आवर माइंड वी जो हमारे थॉट्स होते हैं वो पिक्चर फॉर्म में आएंगे MP4 जो दिखता भी है. तो आई थिंक दैट इज द कनेक्शन विद गीता एंड द इंपॉर्टेंस ऑफ पावर पॉइंट.
Excellent, Sanjay ji.
I want to add a little bit into this. I don't
Yes,
want to
sir.
break your flow, but Dr. Sanjay Prem is a good friend. I'll just add to what he said. So today, the problem is when I search for this Virat Roop pictures in Google, you get, so what he said is Dev bhi main hu, Danav bhi main hu. So in a typical picture, there will be Devta on one side and Danav on one side. Today, you don't get that. Today only you get the Danav on both, Dev on both sides. You know what people do? People, have this habit of glorifying the images and the whole message is lost in that picture. Thankfully, yes, what he's saying is absolutely right and it should have been that way. But people have a tendency that if we don't explain it further, that picture as you were showing in a slide or that demonstration as Dr. Sanjay Prem said is lost totally. And people have their own visions. For example, you showed the scenery in the beginning and earlier also. So you told people to have their own interpretations. What do you see from this? People have this tendency, and we have to bring home the point after taking the points of everybody that this is what this picture or slide or whatever else graphics or animation means to for you to take home.
Yeah, but you know what? There's also one more thing. It's very important to understand the perceptions of all, because each person will have his or her perceptions, and that helps understand that helps us build our communication in a better way.
Ma'am, it is same thing about the case studies.
Yes.
I'm from Accelerate. Here we more go for the close-ended case studies. Whereas in IIM, they go for open-ended case studies. Now, you have different points of view. Today, you need not be judgmental. See, you don't define a particular picture this way. You throw it open, and then you summarize. In the process, the learning takes place. See, the million-dollar question is, does the learning take place? It's not that you are the master and you have to explain every photograph. And that's my very humble submission.
Correct. Power has gone over here. One minute, just give me a...
It's okay, ma'am.
No,
You're
just hold
visible.
on. No, I have to just ensure that there's a power bank connected. Just hold on.
Anurag sir, good morning. Bhavin sir, good morning.
Yeah, sorry.
Morning, sir.
Sorry. Who's
Am I
Anurag?
audible?
Is there a-
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
We'll continue with the presentation. Okay, so coming back to the topic, powerful presentations. So first of all, when we are designing or when we are making a presentation, the most important thing is we have to understand the purpose, right? Why is it that we are doing a presentation? As I said in that video of Ericsson Mobile, the company had to understand the purpose. The purpose was to sell or to promote that mobile to the segment of customer that they had identified. So unless until even when you all started writing the goals, right, there was a purpose. I specifically said personal and professional goals, right? Unless until, are you all there?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Not only that, we also had a timeline. And you all were told that this is to be achieved in this time. Before closing the rooms, 1 minute before that, Rita ma'am had put in a broad message telling you all that in 1 minute, the rooms were closed. So that, and after that, see, generally when we close the rooms, then you all get a minute before the rooms start closing. So everything, there was a purpose that was designed, and you all were told clearly what is the expected outcome. And each of you had to, I also gave you all options that just for the sake of it, because it's a bigger crowd, you all could have choose one person amongst yourself who could come up with his or her personal goals, who would want to share it, right? And then so that way it helped you all, it was to help you all define the goals in a better way, because each of us would have a different personal goal. At least professional goals might be similar, but personal goals become more personalized, more specific. So when I gave that outcome, specifically defined that outcome, so it helped people in contributing in a better way. Am I right?
Yes.
And then when we had the exercise, I said, obviously it was said that after you all define the goals, then we'll be discussing it. But I took the creative liberty that when you all started discussing, when a certain amount of repetition started happening, plus we had a shortage of time. So as the groups proceeded, I said, whatever is not covered till now, you all can discuss that, right? So we did take the creative liberty. Make sense?
Yes.
Okay. A speaker's formula. Most importantly, a speaker, that's the first thing. You have to grab attention. What is, can you all, I mean, if some of you can share, what are the kind of things or activities that you all do to grab attention of the audience?
Start with stories, please.
Start with stories. Wonderful. Anybody else?
Madam, may I speak Chidambaram here?
Yes, sure, sir.
Raise something above one display or a demonstration. What is it?
Okay. A kind of a brain teaser. Yes. What else?
Ask questions about the topic that we have to teach on that particular session.
Okay. What else? How many of you all believe that we can design our own icebreakers?
Yes, we can. Yes, every topic.
Yes, I believe.
So any particular icebreaker that you would like to share with the class that is your original?
Yeah, shall I? Sometimes being quiet, silence for a second or minute also, to observe what people are doing is a very good
Very
idea.
good, Tanmaiji. Very good, very good. Yes. Yes, when I use this, when I enter the class, the students are busy talking. You just go in and stand.
Correct.
In
Yes.
our class, you came yesterday,
Ma'am,
ma'am.
also expectation setting from the students to get a buy-in.
Yes. Yes, Ritu ma'am, you were saying something?
I was saying that you came yesterday silently to observe all of us.
So I actually came, my purpose was because, similar activities, similar discussions can happen. So I came with the intention of trying to understand so that I can build in a continuity.
Right,
Then
ma'am,
I
right.
also know there are people who are coming into the lecture more than once. So did anybody who has been in this virtual class before, did on the session that we had on 8th, did you all feel that I repeated anything from 8th?
No, I didn't see the repetition. I was there on that day.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes, certain things I need to
Yeah.
repeat. It also
Yeah.
shows it's a way of checking if you all are really watching it.
No, man, 10% deviation is allowed everywhere.
Yes. So I try my best to not repeat it. That was the intention. That's the reason I don't come up with a fixed set of slides. It helps me also change my track. Like when I enter the class, I try to analyze people. I don't judge people. I analyze them even in OC and MCS class. And during the introduction, during the initial discussion, I kind of get a feel of the class. And then I design my activity. I have a brief framework of the various activities that I may take, but I specifically get into the details after kind of getting a feel of the class. So that is, I generally love that approach. Of course, it may not be possible for everyone, but everybody has to decide their own comfort level, their own as per their strengths and weaknesses. Okay. Anybody else would like to share? Any other icebreaker?
I just one thing what I want to add. What I used to do when I take any session, I try to reach 15 minutes before to the class or 20 minutes before the class. And I observe students, how they are behaving, the students or the members or whatsoever, how they are reacting, how they're interacting, what they're interacting also. So it gives a bar to me for the student that what kind of students are they. And then as you said that that's all I do. So that then I start myself delivering anything.
Yes. Very true. And I really follow that approach. I love that approach, in fact, because, but it requires experience. Over experience, we can work on our observation. Yes. Ritesh ji?
Yes, ma'am. Whenever I enter the class, I find that many of the students are talking among themselves. So in order to make them focus, I ask them for deep inhaling and exhaling for 2 minutes. And it gives them some rhythm that, and in between I just guide them that आप लोग लगे रहो, टेंशन मत मतलब deep inhaling करते रहो, I will guide you, सोचना नहीं है. So it helps them to focus the time I start.
Yes, correct. Correct. So it's very important because, it kind of, our mind is very active, hyperactive, in fact. So we need something to focus. When people came from the break, I knew they were still settling in the class. That's the reason I started off with a video. I do that intermittently, right? In different ways, different activities. Like one of the activities that I conduct is, one of the activities that I do is kind of certain brain teasers. Let me try that activity here, okay? Let me see how many of us. Okay, what day is it? People who have been, if they have heard this, don't talk. What day is it?
Saturday.
Saturday.
What day is it?
Weekend.
May I say,
Weekend.
ma'am, today is my day.
Okay, very good. Chetan. What day is it?
Good day.
Very good. What day is it?
It's a fantastic day.
What day is it? I'll keep asking the
It's
question
the
till I get
first day of the
answer
rest
that
of
I
my
want.
life.
Today.
How can it be the
Third day of FD,
Today.
FDP.
today?
Last day of FDP.
Yes,
Saturday.
ma'am. Today.
Saturday.
What day is it?
Today is my new birth.
Last day of my life.
Today.
Today is Achetu.
Last day of NTB.
Ma'am, today is the right one, I believe.
What day is it?
Friday.
One last time.
Today is best day.
New day to
Present
learn.
day.
The first day for the rest of my life.
Is that a question or a
It's the day
statement?
with Dr. Sandhya Patil.
What is it?
Chidambaram, he said, the day with Dr.
Yes.
Sandhya Patil.
Okay. Why? How do you know whether I'm referring to somebody's birthday, somebody's anniversary, or I may be referring to the day of the month, the day of the year? I could be referring to 167th day of the year. I could be referring to 15th day of the month, 15th day of the 6th month. How do you know what I'm expecting when you give that answer? So how do you make that answer such that I cannot deny it or nobody in the world can deny it? Because it actually, if I'm the interviewer, I always tell the students that I could use this as a trick question to choose that one candidate from amongst you all.
Actually, every answer that everyone gave, you cannot deny it. It's a fact in itself.
Yeah, that
No,
would be the
it
bias
can
of
be
the
denied.
interviewer.
It can be.
Yeah, that's a
If I might
perception.
if I might add, that might be the bias of the interviewer, that I want only this answer and I will select you if you give me that answer. Just my thought.
Okay. See,
I
it
agree.
is not now.
I had a call in between. Ma'am, what is the answer for this?
I didn't give the answer. Now I'm going to give it. Okay. All of them are, I always tell them, all of them are math students. Now there are so many CAs over here. Right? So maths, we have probability. What do we do when we are solving probability? There is a right answer, Lokeshi. When we are solving probability sums, what is it that we do? Each of you did that. Yes.
We take
The
the
correct
population
answer
and
upon the
guesstimate.
guesstimate. We do a guesstimate.
Guesstimate.
value.
Yes.
Value,
you
expected
did that.
value.
You did that. But the only thing is your perception. Okay. So if I were
It is
you,
today.
see, there are some people who tend to ask me. See, when I kept asking the question, you'll realize there are multiple answers. So there are some students who tend to ask me, ma'am, are you referring to the day of the week or the day of the month? So, or the day of the batch? So that means they have understood the problem, right? But if I were to answer the question, I would say, assuming that you all are referring to the day of the week, it's a Saturday. Can anybody say that my answer is wrong? Because I didn't simply answer the question. I took a step back and completed the question itself. Each of you added that assumption, but added it in your mind. Got it? Added it from your perspective. When a chartered accountant prepares an audit report, he or she starts with reasonable assurance. Right? There's an assumption taken that assuming that the client has given the right information or the complete information, that is what would help the CA in protecting himself or herself in future. Right, Tanmayji is thinking.
Correct.
Correct, ma'am, correct. Assumptions has to be there.
All of you did it, but you all did it from your perspective. You did not clearly state it.
Yes. Agreed.
Stating, because then that does not, that makes me understand that you are giving your answer in that boundary. When I discussed the case some time ago, a legal case, they always state the case right in the beginning. We start any meeting with an agenda. So there is a scope that is defined. Right? So this is how I use these. I see how much discussion we had in this. So this kind of energizes the class, and they realize that this is, I mean, they get into that thinking process, that this is not just a typical class. So these are some of the techniques that we can use to connect with the class, right? Because every moment of the day, we are eventually presenting. Right now in this class, each one of us is presenting. I am presenting to you, you are presenting to me, we are all presenting to BOS. There are people who are watching on ICR TV. So we are all presenting, right? Each of us, like for example, if I simply, I mean, there are people who are not speaking, but the way they're appearing on the screen, like for example, if I say statue, Pratibha ma'am is sitting this way. Now, is she listening to me? Everybody observe Pratibha ma'am, if you can see her. Say that way, stay that way, Pratibha ma'am. I have just pinned her. Is she listening to me?
Yes, she is.
Yes,
I
she
guess
is.
it's,
Yeah, you
yes,
are.
it's with
Yes.
focus, I guess.
And also evaluating.
She's also evaluating. But tell me if this happens to you. Let's
All
say
the
you're
time.
listening. Okay, you're listening, you're paying attention, but while listening, the speaker just said something which you, in an attempt to try to understand what the speaker said, you know, you were trying to apply it to a situation, and your mind just drifted away. Your mind just drifted away, and what the speaker said at that point in time, you just missed it because your mind drifted away. Now imagine if the speaker is somebody who's making a sales pitch, and let's say you are the decision maker. Everybody in the room has clapped, has agreed, right? But the decision maker just drifted away without realizing, right? And then because everybody started clapping, everybody started laughing, the decision maker also ended up clapping and smiling without really understanding, because nobody wants to be kind of out of place. Like when I pinned up Pratibha, she was initially, she was like feeling awkward, uncomfortable, right? So now, is it her fault or is it my fault that she may, I'm just using Pratibha, but I know she was paying attention. In such a situation, is it her fault or is it my fault that Pratibha ma'am just got distracted a little?
I think the speaker.
No, I don't.
No,
it's neither's fault.
Yeah.
It's an outcome of communication. This will happen. You have to work around
exactly.
it. That's why reiteration helps.
Yes. It is neither's fault, but it is my responsibility as a speaker. Got it? When I am the presenter, to be an effective presenter. See, these are the small things that help in making the presentation powerful. I always tell people, you focus on technical things, but technical things are just 50% of it. You need to look at everything. Like, for example, when I'm in an online class, that rectangle space where I'm being seen, that is my screen, right? I am able to communicate through that. Then when I'm using the share screen, when I'm using the various tools, see, you must have seen, I'm continuously alert to my screen. What is happening? Because out of experience, I've had situations where during the online days, where some strangers would enter the class. There was once, luckily for me, the situation was harmless, but one day we had somebody come into the class some stranger, and then that boy started dancing. So then I knew the techniques that we have to kind of have a waiting room. We have to ensure that people coming have to be made to wait in the waiting room. So we get time to understand. So as to keep somebody to keep track of who's in the waiting room. So this is how to make a powerful presentation. As a presenter, it is your responsibility to ensure that your audience is, that you are communicating the message at every moment in time to the audience in a language that they understand. So using tools like not just PowerPoint, using your body language, using verbal, non-verbal communication, using storytelling, using voice modulation, using different tools. Like I use videos, I use pictures, I use question answer where I'm listening and y'all are talking, right? So this is how you keep the class active. So it is the overall presentation. It is not just those technical points. Because finally, for a presenter, okay, even before you begin the presentation, you have to understand two things. Okay, I'll come back to the slide. Is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah, so go to the previous slide. Okay. You have to know what is the purpose of the entire presentation, what is the outcome that you are expecting, and then what is the creative liberty that you may have. Every time you may not have a creative liberty, right? So it's very important to understand that also. Okay, then you need to grab attention, and you have to understand that every moment of the day there can be different distractions. Like for example, I'm speaking to you all, and right now we are in a group of faculty where the faculty members are much more responsible, they are much more mature. But for students, it is not always the case. So there are different things that may happen. Sometimes as simple as, let's say I'm in a class and I see a student getting distracted by something that is happening outside the room. So let's say at the entrance, right? Or something that is happening outside the class is distracting them. So that person, how do you catch it? How do you know that something is happening outside? By looking at the student, because the student, the face of the student, the eyes, where are they focused? Right? If the person is not listening to you, then that very often the person may be looking at you, but the person may be looking at you with a blank expression. Right? When the person is really paying attention, if the person is engaged, you can see from the body movements. But the person is not paying attention, then the person tends to have a blank expression. Right? As a mother of a naughty kid, I know when my son goes away with a zero expression, I know he's up to something. So this is how you have to also understand which are the blind spots as a speaker that you may have. Generally, I always tell the naughty students in the class that they are the ones who generally catch the last bench, the last benchers, right? But they forget that the last benchers are basically people who we notice first. The blind spots are on our left and right side. And that is where generally people who are more sincere, they tend to sit there. But those are the blind spots. So if people want to really have a great time, do masti, then they need to sit there. So, these small things, what happens is, it kind of brings a laughter, it kind of engages the audience. So you're able to build a rapport, gain credibility. When you correlate with incidences, people love real things. Like how many of you write on LinkedIn? Or are active on social media?
I use LinkedIn often.
Yeah. So what is the algorithm of LinkedIn? Tell us. Hello?
Post consistently.
Yeah, but how do you get the maximum engagement in your post?
Comments and likes.
Comments and likes. Basically, first of all, you need to have good amount of followers. You will have followers when you start following people who are more active. When you start following people who are more active, you get more posts on your home page.
And you need to be regular in writing post as well.
You need to regularly write. You also need to have a timeline when you'll
Yeah.
write. Because like for example, when I start my day, typically around 4:30, 4:45, there are two Germans who generally post, and they have wonderful posts, very good motivational posts. I try my best to comment on them. So I know it generally comes around half an hour, 45 minutes before I wake up. So and they get wonderful engagements. So understanding your audience really helps. Okay.
आपका एनीडेस्क काम करता है ना?
It's always important.
वो जो बाहर में वो जो अकाउंट्स कर रहे हैं उनका वो बार-बार वो पेन ड्राइव एक्सेस नहीं हो रहा था ना
Somebody is on unmute, please.
ये हमारा लैपटॉप में काम करना पड़ता है ना उनको बाहर वाला कंप्यूटर में उनको काम करना है।
Hello is
लास्ट टाइम हम लोग कोशिश किया था तो पहले तो आपका सर्वर में है
Manish,
पेन ड्राइव लगाते हैं हम लोग उस कंप्यूटर में
Manish sir,
कनेक्ट नहीं
please
हो रहा था।
unmute yourself. Manish sir, please unmute yourself.
ये एनीडेस्क से
नहीं
कंप्यूटर
मैम
को कनेक्ट
आपको
कर दीजिए
करना पड़ेगा मुझे यहाँ पे दिख नहीं रहा।
करा देगा
Manish sir, if you are listening,
ले लीजिए
kindly mute yourself. Manish sir, are you listening? Kindly mute yourself.
वो जो जिस कंप्यूटर में वो काम कर रहे हैं वो
मैम
एनीडेस्क छोड़
आप
दीजिए
आपकी तरफ से म्यूट ऑल कर दीजिए
इस
ना।
नंबर पे बात कर लीजिए तो वो कर देगा
म्यूट
सर्वर तो हमारा भाई टेली सॉफ्टवेयर तो हमारा सर्वर में है डाटा डायरेक्टरी जो है वो पेन ड्राइव में है जो हम वर्कस्टेशन में लगा है उससे को कनेक्ट काम करना
मैम कर दिया आपने?
जैसे हम लोग रिमोट कंसोल करने से वो दिखाता ही नहीं है पेन ड्राइव
कहाँ पे है?
अंदर में आप ट्राई करिए आपसे कंट्रोल एक्सेस होगा
बैठ के टेली आप किए थे कौन किया था ये हमको नहीं समझ में आया
बिकॉज़ आई ट्राइड वी कैन नॉट डू म्यूट टू एनी
हमारा लैपटॉप नहीं दिया था हम तो बोलते हैं ना कनेक्ट नहीं हो रहा है
तब तो
मेरे पास म्यूट ऑल का ऑप्शन नहीं दिख रहा है कभी।
शिक्षा को बुलाइए देखो
To security, the host and co-host have security option. Go to security and mute all.
आप एनीडेस्क कनेक्ट करिए अगर हमको बुला लीजिए
Okay, security.
If you open the chat, ma'am, वहाँ पे option रहेगा।
I do not see the mute all option.
Tech support as Rita ji can do it.
Participant list and then mute.
Yes, in the participant list, there's an option for mute
No, it
all.
says unmute themselves, but there is no mute all option.
It must be at the end of the participant list, ma'am. This is what I will.
I think he's on mute now.
No, he's not. I think we should
He's on
mute Manish Bhai in that case. Yeah, still talking.
Rita ma'am, somebody can call Manish sir and then tell him to. Okay, fine.
Yes, ma'am.
Manish sir को अगर आप बोल दो कि म्यूट कर दें।
Sure.
Okay, he's not aware. Thank you.
हाँ रवि जी
So,
रवि जी वो भी
building that-
लैपटॉप में करे हो ना वहाँ कंप्यूटर ऐसा बात हुई है वो भी रही सिस्टम
Okay. So what happens is the audience, when I was talking about LinkedIn post or any social media or even when I'm talking to people, you know, it's always people will listen to you if they are able to believe you. People can fake for the first few minutes. After that, you better have some sensible content to share with them. People, particularly the youngsters that we are training, you know, they are a smart generation. If we try to give them information that they can get access to.
Okay.
Rita ma'am, do you want me to call Manish sir?
No, it was some other member. I have muted from my side.
Fine. Okay. So credibility is most important. If credibility gives you, makes people believe you. Everybody develops their own techniques. I tend to share my life experiences. So that makes the students, many of them, they're able to connect. Many of them, they are able to learn something. That is the way you gain credibility as your, it helps them. And always remember, when you're sharing stories, this is my personal experience, share. People are not interested in what happened to you. People are interested in listening to what you gained out of what happened. Do you all agree?
Yes, ma'am. What is your takeaway?
Yes, the lessons
All of
learned.
this, and what did you learn from this? How did you become better?
Yes, that is what is important. They are not interested in what happened to you. So to gain credibility, do not use your sad story or whatever to kind of, talk about, do not share that part of the story. Yes, to some extent you may share, as long as it is focused on the lessons learned. That will help you in gaining more credibility. Target the problems in a presentation. You're making a presentation. Understand the problem that you're trying to solve. Like, for example, in that ad of Ericsson Mobile. So the problem was that the company was trying to promote its brand to the customers, right? They had identified the niche customer. They also knew what was their product, and they came up with that ad. So identifying the problem and then delivering the solution, the way the ad was designed, the way the actors were chosen, the way the setting was chosen, helped in clarifying or bringing out the solution in a way that the audience could connect with it, and keeping the audience glued for the 33 or 36 seconds that the ad went on. Because unless until the audience stays through the ad, the brand name was coming only at the end of the ad. So if the audience would have got away from the television, then they would not have seen the ad. Then the entire money of the sponsor would have gone down the drain. Clear? Is it making sense?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. When you're starting with a presentation, what do you do?
We build their excitement that what can the goal of doing it be.
So what is the first slide that we generally have?
Outline.
Agenda.
Agenda.
Objectives.
Agenda. Yeah,
Agenda.
Right.
So
Right.
it sets the expectations. It sets the expectations. And here, I personally follow this approach. I always, first of all, I ask the students, what is the topic for the day? How many do this? And what is their experience when they ask the students, what is the topic for the day?
I ask them and they tell me that they have no idea about the topic. They do not receive.
Yeah, if it is the first day, they say we don't know, or even many times they're not getting the schedules, so they don't know.
Yeah, I also ask you, then I tell them, when you sign, do you see what is being there lying in that page? Do you see the what the topic for today? So I pitch them off to do for it.
Not
Maximum
only that,
times they don't know.
No, how many of them have received the study material on the first day of the course?
I think out of 100 people, 10 or 5 people will be knowing about the course, what they are going to do.
No, how many received the study material?
All of them.
They receive the study material on the day that they begin the course.
Yeah, that's right.
And that study material tells them what is the topic that is scheduled for the day. Do not fall in their trap.
Oh.
See?
Okay, yeah.
We fall in the trap. Yes, Sanjay ji. Trying to say something?
You're on mute, sir.
I'm not on mute. Sanjay ji, you're on mute.
I'm always asked this one question ki, what is the topic?
Yes. Yes. Got it? Okay. I don't know. Somehow I think I've put this particular Manish ji. I don't know why I've. Acha, okay, huh. Yeah. Right? So do not. Yeah, tell me.
Ma'am, when I ask the question and they say they don't know what the topic is, I tell them, okay, that's great. I'm happy about it because now I can bluff my way through and talk anything and you'll have to accept that. So they start laughing about it. But then after that, of course, I then tell them this is the topic for the day. So it's actually a little bit of fun in the class, add some humor to it so that the class also feels relaxed about it.
Nice to see you, Bhutani sir. Yes.
Thank you so
That
much.
is how.
Pleasure is mine as well, ma'am. Good to see you.
Same here, same here. Nice.
So I just want to say something here. I don't know. So my experience of 9 years at ICI multiple branches has never been that the students are not aware of the topic. So this is a little new for me that the topics are not aware to the even MCS on OC whatever. Because I do ask initially what is the topic, what are we going to talk about today, and they know the topic per se. They would not, maybe they don't know the details. Obviously, they won't know the details. But yeah, I mean, my experience.
I agree. I agree. They know the topic.
Yeah, they know the topic. Yeah.
No, there are quite a lot of branches where this is a problem, or it is the students who tend to, because very often they do not go through the material that is shared to them, and there are branches which may not highlight the all 15 days. They don't have kind of that list, but it is very much there in the syllabus that is mentioned to them.
Yeah, but I guess also the fact that they would always be 2 or 3 or 4 students who would say, we don't, I mean, they would tell me the topic. So we can also assume that most of them wouldn't have read or not aware of the topic, but there are always people who answer. That's what I'm saying.
No,
There are also classes where people are not aware, and then I have to tell them that did you receive the material? I actually make them open the material, and then I make them tell the topic. And then I also tell them that basically, I mean, it is you who has paid for the course. It is you who is giving time for the course. So if you are going to later on when the clients come to you, if they are expecting guidance from you as to how to maximize the return on their investments, right now you are investing the time and money. Like Bhutani sir said, I also say that I may say anything and go. How do you decide whether whatever I'm saying is that as per the topic that is mentioned? I also tell them that your feedback should be on the basis of what is the topic, what are your expectations that you set from the topic, what is it, having understood this, what is it that you have gained at the end of the day, your takeaway. Your feedback should be on the basis of that. I make them realize the,
See, I would like to get your guidance and share with my friends. I normally spend 2 to 3 hours every time I have a class the day before that. And in that, I ask them to administration center to put my name in their WhatsApp group. I keep on chatting with them. Initially, I start with some few teasers, and then I go for the topic, a relevant topic, like international topic, what is petrodollar, or things like that. What is relevant to my topic? So by the time I go to the class, they're already a little familiar with whatever the topic and all that. It's not that I'm a stranger to them. And then I start.
Correct.
And I think I'm quite, you tell me whether that is the right thing to do, or you tell me what else I can.
That's correct. That's correct. That's correct. And here I would also like to bring one point that Saili ma'am had mentioned yesterday. It's also, you know, when you're, if you're trying to make a powerful presentation, you also need to put in certain buffer for certain events that may happen. Like, for example, somebody from Vikasa coming, or some event that may happen. Or, for example, if I'm having a session on the day the results are out, the session is there, and there are out of 50 students, generally it's amazing, but about 45, 48 students have still managed to come in. So for the 2 students or 1 student or whatever number of students that have not come in, the students that are fighting their desperation, their frustration, and they've still come into the class. I need to motivate them. So there'll be some time required to motivate them. So I need to build in this buffer in my activity, in my plan. So that is how, when I'm talking about powerful presentation, I need to understand all this.
So I want to say something here again. Sorry, I'm interrupting again and again.
Yeah.
But you know, the result
May I
that
add what
just
you-
brought to my notice a point I've been thinking for a while. Can we have a holiday on the result day? Because always when the results are about to come, the whole day their focus is on the other side. And when the results come, they need a half an hour plus into that. Some people who have not gotten through are maybe crying. Yes, it is one 2 to 3 hours are lost on that particular day, and it is very wise to give a break on that day, and probably they can hang around with their friends and discuss and everything, because they are kids, right? They need to be with friends on that particular day. It's a movement. More than anything, it's a movement for them. So just my suggestion through you, I want to give this suggestion to BOS also.
No, I agree that this thought has already been conveyed, but I am a little of a different opinion. I feel that there are children who are already fighting it out. I feel that in life, the message that we are communicating over here is that life is filled with successes and failure. We should not take failure as something that stops us. We should take failure as something that motivates us to push further. So this is the stage when we are molding them. Here I'll share one incident that happened in when I went for one of the PTMs. Okay, that time it was the kids were small, so the parents had gone, and each parent was trying to put across the best impression in front of the teacher, and the teachers were actually junior to the parents. Most of the parents were seniors. So the teacher wanted to convey a very important thought. And she told the parents, there were about 20 parents in the room. She told the parents, all of them, to pick up a plain blank sheet, okay, and pick up 2-3 colors, whatever they wanted. There were colors lying on the table. And go back and draw whatever they wanted. Now, while she gave this instruction, all the parents rushed to take these sheets and the colors. You know what the teacher did? Quietly, when they were busy picking up the papers and the colors, quietly, she also added one point, that the rest of the colors and the sheets will be for the children. None of the parents heard. None of the parents, okay? At the end of the thing, the parents were told to show whatever they had drawn. Okay, each of them, they had come up with, somebody had come up with rose, house, mountains, whatnot. Okay, and then they told, and the pictures were very colorful, and whatever be the drawing ability, this is not about the drawing ability. Then the kids were told to show. What was interesting was, each of the kids' drawings had only 3 colors: white, black, and brown. White, black, and brown. Can you tell me, what did the teacher conclude out of this? What is it that she said to us? It was something that really opened my eyes.
The parents had already used all the beautiful colors and left what they were not comfortable with.
Yes, obviously. So what is it that the parents did? Everybody was trying to put up the best impression.
They are not using resources optimally.
Nice to see your answer, ma'am. No, again, think. You know what the teacher said?
They removed the colors from their children's world.
Oh, wonderful, Mitali ma'am. Wonderful. Yes. Each of us, we have lived our life with different experiences. It is those experiences which has helped us to become what we are today. But in today's world, we as elders, we as parents, in an attempt to give the best to our child, to give them a comfortable life, we are taking away those experiences. We are taking away those colors, right? The kids are missing out on those colors. So I would say Why do we want to make it comfortable for them? Let them learn to fight. Let them learn to suffering is also a way of growing, is also a part of growing. How many of us, when, I mean, ladies would correlate it with it better. When we are cooking, kitni bar, so many times the hand gets burnt. How many times do we rush to put burnol or we continue whatever we are doing? But if something happens to the child, we rush. Right?
True, yeah, that's right.
Sometimes we have to let them bear the pain. They will become much better fighters. We are not always there to protect them. Am I right, Anuragji?
Yeah, that's right.
I think, yeah, you're right. Still, my perspective, I totally agree with that. We're all, whatever we are, faculties, etc., we are also motivational speakers, all of us. So I understand that perspective, right? We do try to motivate people. But I'm sure you would have, and many of us would have had a lecture on the result date. So, I mean, I'm trying to be kind to these people, that we can motivate them any other day, but this is the time they want to spend with their parents, or call them with the parents, or maybe with their friends. And it is very awkward for them, for a faculty to tell them, chalo, chalo, let's start, ho gaya, because we have to ultimately get on with the topic, right? Also, the fact that we do a lot of, I personally, there have been three times this has happened, right? So I do try to talk motivational stuff. Some girls, or maybe some people are crying, etc. We try to do that. But then I think, I personally feel it would have been better if this girl would have been with the parents or the friends. That motivation cannot be given by, the likes of Sandeep Maheshwari or us. We need to give that time. So that's my perspective. Whatever is right, I can understand that. But this is my perspective. Result day, these people should be left alone. Let the motivation happen on other days, because this is
May I
are supposed to do.
Yeah,
May
now
I
see.
speak something?
That's my view.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, thanks.
What Anurag sir says is right, but at the same time, also let us understand, in a particular center, all the students are not from the same city or town. Some of them come from suburbs. And if you leave that day off, those who have come away from parents and are staying in a different place will have a horrible time if they have not made it to their results. Right?
Yes.
So, engaging such students on that day is also required.
Correct.
Yeah, I get the
Correct.
perspective.
And I think so 1 day off is allowed to them. And a student want to take off, they can take 1 day off in next all 15.
Yes. Yes.
And adding to one thing, I think the perception what ma'am was saying the story, Sandhya ma'am and Anurag sir. So story can be linked, but I think the what professional result has a different experience. So far, whenever the result dates are there, even if my result is not there, I get a goosebumps over there. Like if any relative is getting, even you are telling a story or something, that story get linked. It's a totally different experience of CA result as well as the graduation or MBA or other courses results. That's what I want to add. And let's continue. Yeah.
And this is the topic when we are there, but there are so many other events in life when we are not there. So it's a way of learning. Okay. Yeah. So
I get
finally
that.
finally it is for the institute to decide, but I'm just sharing my thoughts. Okay. So when you're making a presentation, another way of making a presentation more powerful, more effective is because participants, when I say social proof, what am I trying to say over here? This is a speaker's formula that I'm sharing. So what is the social proof? Can somebody tell me?
The human side of anything.
Anybody else? Social.
Can
Yes.
linking to professional, as in socially, like LinkedIn, Facebook, or any speaker who have done this biography or something, linking to socially, because people are socially bound these days.
That very good. So that means, what is it that you're showing examples of others, right? Who are so it is also in a way that the solution is you're trying to show that the solution is acceptable by others. We always love it when we buy something on Amazon. How many of you, when you buy something on Amazon, what is it that we do first?
Check the reviews.
Check what?
Reviews.
Reviews.
Check the reviews.
Yes. Check the stars that it has got. Check the number of people that have bought the item. Check
Bought
the
it,
reviews.
yes.
Right? Only then we take the decision to buy. So that is a kind of social proof. So in your presentations, when you're making now, even Amazon, that screen, right? That is basically a presentation that the company is doing for the product. Not only that, when I try to, let's say, buy a dress, it also recommends a size based on my past purchases. And if I, to make it more specific, I could also give my age, I could give my weight, I could give my height. So it'll further come up with better recommendations, right?
Right.
So it's a social proof, and it says that these recommendations are based on so many purchases that are done, either by me or people like me, right?
Correct.
So this is how
Yes.
the social proof helps in improving our presentation. Also, our presentation should be about the benefits. In the Ericsson ad that we saw, they didn't mention the name Ericsson. That was only towards the end, but they mainly spoke about the benefits. The same thing happened even when Maggie was relaunched. After the ban, when Maggie came back, what is it how did they approach in the ads? What is it that they said in the ads?
Atta Maggi. Atta Maggi.
I believe they said Maggie safe hai, like Hamara Maggie safe hai, something like that.
No, they said
Yes,
we are
Anand
back.
Raman.
Something like we are back. Kind of like love to have you back. Something of some message of that sort. That
Very
it
close.
was
Yes,
a
Anand
reconnection message.
Yes, Anandramji. Anandram sir?
2 minute. Hey, Khana.
They said, no, they didn't say 2 minutes.
The classic Maggie is back.
No, they wanted to
No.
reconnect. They wanted to reconnect.
They
That's
said,
it.
My mother used to make, I used to.
They centered their campaign around "We miss you."
exactly. We missed you. We miss you. They touched on the feelings. That is the trick that they use. And in 1 hour, whatever Maggie was there, available at the different counters, it simply disappeared because they touched us. They touched the audience emotionally, the EQ part. Got it? That is how they made the offer irresistible. People could not resist because people went down the memory lanes. Everybody, even today, when people go to buy noodles, instead of noodles, they say Maggie. So they have, for them, noodles and Maggie have become synonymous. That's how it didn't take long for Maggie to get back its share. Right? And people also, when people say, like, if you're buying something on Amazon, when you see that so many people have bought, so many people have given this rating, so it kind of reduces the risk. Or when you see something getting a 5-star or a 4.5 or a 4.6, that means either it is no risk or very little risk. There are also some products where they'll say that this product has never been returned. So again, the risk guarantee is reduced. So when I say presentation is not just in terms of what we are doing as a PowerPoint. It is you're presenting physically, you may be presenting a product, you may be presenting a service, you may be presenting different aspects. Like, for example, right now, each of you is presenting yourself to me on that screen. Right? So whatever I see on the screen, I also see your comment, to see a lot of aspects. Like, for example, for so long in the lecture, I have been seeing Nupur ma'am making notes. Either it is notes on the lecture or she's writing something else. Right? So this is how This is how you present whatever is. So it is each of us, every moment of the day, we are presenting something. Right? How we make that presentation powerful is what is important. Only then the takeaway will be maximized. I tell the students, when you go for an interview, very often the interview decision is, very rarely, if at all, only in the campus interview, even in the campus interview, there and there itself at the interview table, the recruiter or the firm will never say that you are selected or you're not. The decision is taken much later. That decision is not taken on the basis of resume, because most of the candidates would have a similar resume. That decision is generally taken on the basis of what is it that the interviewer remembers about the candidates. So the takeaway from the interview. So that interview is also a presentation. Agreed?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Now further to make the presentation powerful, it's, if we have to maximize a takeaway, having known what is the goal and then perceiving, it's also important to make that goal a SMART goal, right? So if you're talking about making the goal a SMART goal, then we have to also make our presentation smarter. We have to have a deadline. Like, for example, when I was presenting, I knew that this is my timeline, right? So knowing the timeline, it helps me plan my activities, plan my slides, plan what all things I'll do, right? You should always be prepared for surprises. You should always be prepared for disturbance, distractions. Buffer in that time. There may be certain activity which may take longer in a particular class. Certain activity may get over faster. So you need to have backup. You need to have a host of activities or things that are lined up so that you're not caught by surprises. Agreed? Anybody would want to add here?
No,
Yes,
that's right.
madam.
Yeah.
Suppose you plan an activity for 50 people, no? Suddenly the number is
Yes.
reduced, 25 or 30. Then it will get over fast. So you will have to make up for that.
Yes, correct, correct. Not only that, like for example, if I'm conducting a physical FDB or I'm conducting a physical class, my set of activities would be different. In an online class, it would be different. I have to understand the limitations of the online setting, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, that's right.
Yeah. So, a deadline, understand the deadline, call to action. You know, what am I trying to say here when I say call to action? What is it that I'm trying to convey? What is call to action? Yes, Chidambaran sir.
That is whatever we have, whatever they are learning, no, they must reflect on it and try to decide to implement it. Please do it. Like we say, donate blood, appeal for action. At the end of the presentation, whatever we have delivered to them as knowledge should be converted into actionable items, madam. This is my suggestion.
Actionable items. Because if you have to maximize the takeaway, there have to be clear correlations between where, what is the end point and where we are starting, what we want audience to do. Yes. So, for example, let's say I am, let's say I'm going on 13th day to evaluate the presentations. Now, ideally speaking, if any of you is the evaluator, you all know, right? 13th day, we tend to choose the 3 best presenters, right? Yes or no?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
So how do we see? We are given the role of evaluating the presentations. So how do we ensure that we do our role to the best of our ability? Chidambaran sir, you're again raising the hand.
I mean, we have some criteria. I think we did not, whatever day it is, we are asked to evaluate the top 3. We have some criteria, no, for everything. Introduction.
Okay. Now, do you have some criteria or the criteria is given to you? Yes, Chidambaran sir. Okay, Pankaj sir.
Ma'am, we are doing it for almost 21 years now. We have designed a sheet with 13 different items, structuring, audibility, everything, various aspects of body language, vocal aspects. And then post presentation, we display it for them. So we try to keep total transparency. And then there also, we avoid giving marks like out of 5. Instead of that, we mention, for example, if it's about eye contact, so we mention that eye contacts were partial or initially it was not there. Voice modulation, maybe it was monotonous, high pitch, something like that. So specific observations we write on the sheet.
So basically, you have certain points, and those
Right.
points are communicated that these are the parameters on which we would be evaluating the candidates.
Exactly, ma'am. Exactly.
Right? So
Right.
if that is the case, don't you think the person who is evaluating it becomes that person's responsibility to communicate these parameters to the presenters in advance?
Yes, ma'am. Exactly. We do that. In advance,
Yes.
we not only announce it, in case of a doubt, we explain everything. For example, vocal segregations, many of them may not understand. So we tell them that it's about the sound, pause, and filler words.
Correct. Correct. So like whenever I go on the 13th day for evaluating, I would have communicated with the class in advance regarding, first of all, to check if the topics are given to them or if I need to give the topics. And then accordingly, I would clearly tell them these are my parameters. This is how I would expect each person to speak for this much time. What is it in terms of dressing? What is it? What are the skills that are included in my parameters where I'm evaluating them particularly for those skills. So that way it becomes, the entire exercise becomes more relatable. They feel that genuinely each of them stands a better chance and they are motivated enough to participate in it. Does it make sense? Okay.
Much.
Yes, it does. That's right, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. Now, what is it that you're seeing over here?
Three triangles.
Pyramids.
Yeah. How many pyramids are there?
3. Oh, 6.
6, yeah, 6, right.
6, ma'am.
Okay, but which are the highlighted pyramids?
9.
7.
4 triangles there.
7.
4
9.
triangles.
Yeah, very good. Whoever said
Pyramids
4.
only.
Little
3
Bhutan.
pyramids. 4 pyramids only.
Yes. Okay.
4
One is
pyramids
this
only.
And the outer.
5, the bigger one.
There are 5 pyramids.
highlighted.
Yeah, 5,
No,
the
the
bigger one.
highlighted ones.
There's a
Highlighted
pyramid at the
4.
center as well, ma'am.
Oh, yeah. Oh, then 6. 7 pyramids.
Yeah, okay. But the highlighted
7
ones
pyramids.
are 1, 2, 3, and these 3 pyramids form the larger pyramid. So these are the leverage points. How to make your presentation more effective. For example, if I look at it, what are the hot buttons? That means the most important trigger points to ensure that I'm getting the best of the results. Right? Can you all see this, or you want 1 minute? I'll stop sharing and I'll open the slide.
Picture is not clear.
You all have a better picture. Okay. Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, if you see the pyramid number 1, it's specifically because this is referring to the hot buttons. Right? What are the benefits from the speaker? Because this is the first thing that we, when we are making a presentation, we need to handle the objections. We need to overcome the objections. We need to be very clear with what are the benefits that we can get as speakers. So what is it? What is in it for me? Then from the audience perspective, what are the different reasons the audience needs to pay attention to that presentation, right? And finally, the time, the connection between the time and money. So will it work for me? Agreed. Because only if something is going to work for me, I will pay attention to it. Does it make sense? Does it make sense?
Yes, yes, it does. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Ma'am, can you lead with an example for this?
Okay, I can. But can somebody from the class first share some example? We have spoken so many times.
Madam, let us take this orientation course itself, ma'am. The students have to undergo this first of all, and the time they have to spend 15 days, and the money, whatever 7 or 6,000. If it is worth it, and if they stand to gain from it the knowledge, and when it's made compulsory a part of their goal, it is definitely helpful for them, and they will attend definitely. And with our involvement, they'll participate even more better. Thank you, madam.
So making them realize the worth of it. Like I always tell students that while you all are really working hard to become, it's definitely not an easy job to become chartered accountants. For that matter, even other professions, there are, it is when they are studying, they're definitely working hard. But having said that, once they get the degree, once they get the diploma, once they become CA, they need to celebrate it. But beyond a particular number of days, the ground reality is that it is not the degree or the diploma that is going to take them ahead in the long run. Because if we look at any of the successful figures today, these successful figures, basically, all of them, in fact, can anybody give me the name of any single person who has excelled in his or her study, whatever they studied in school and college, that has led to their success? Anyone example?
Sundar Pichai.
Sundar Pichai learned programming, and he is running a company. Jeff Bezos was a finance professional. Yes.
Mark Zuckerberg didn't finish college.
Mark Zuckerberg what?
Mark Zuckerberg didn't finish college, I said.
Exactly. Dhirubhai Ambani, Adani, you name the person. Even
currently Ritesh, Oyo co-founder, he's not even graduate, I guess.
Exactly. It is not the degree or the diploma. Yes, the education gives us an insight, right? But most important, yes, people skills over technical skills, correct, Jagdishi? So what is most important is the attitude that the person has. It is that attitude that takes the person ahead in life, right? So when we drive this, when I use this as an explanation, then this is kind of the
रोहिणी किससे बातें हो रही हैं? बातें किससे कर रहे हो?
So these are the hot buttons for any discussion. I speak in terms of benefits for the audience rather than why it is important for me to conduct the lecture. It helps in overcoming the objections. Clear? Is it making sense? Can I continue?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now coming to the next pyramid. That is the number 2. What does the number 2 say? There are 3 things. What is the added value? What is the price play? What is the urgency? So that means what is the additional value that this particular product or this particular service or this particular individual, whatever, brings to me, right? Only if it is valuable to me, I'll really put my all efforts. Am I making sense? Because suddenly the class has become quiet.
Yes,
I have a question over here,
Yeah,
Dr.
tell me.
Sandhya. So
Yes.
when we are talking about this, we are talking about the topic in concern, right? So whatever I'm presenting, supposing I'm talking about leadership skills, this is how I play that why leadership skills are important for you, essential for you, how they are going to work for you, right?
Correct. Yes. Correct. So if I'm about leadership skills, then how will I add punch to my presentation? Sunita ma'am, if it is about leadership skills, if my presentation is about leadership skills, or anybody, how would I add punch to my presentation to make it powerful?
I'll cite examples of the leaders, great leaders around me who are, and obviously take intake from them. So what inspires them? Who, according to them, are great leaders, and what do they see? What values or what charismatic values do they see in the people who inspire them? And then take the conversation ahead.
Correct. So,
Ma'am,
and what
ma'am, I have a unique way of doing it. Let me share with others. I quote Chanakya. Pustakeshu natu vidya nacha parahastam gatam dhanam karyakale samutpane nattad vidya nattad dhanam. So whatever is there in the books, that's of no use if I don't acquire it. And whatever funds I have, that is of no use if I've lent it to somebody. I'll get it someday, but right now I don't have. And Karyakale, and this is how Karyakale samutpane nattad vidya nattad dhanam. When it is needed, that vidya is of no use, the dhana is no use. So it boils down to what you really do rather than what is taught to you in the class or what you read in your schools.
So can I safely say
so
that?
That is, sorry.
Correct.
Yeah. So this is the difference between 6 lakhs and 30 lakhs is this program.
Yeah, and can I safely say
Normally you get 6 lakhs with your CA. We have come here to help you to get 30 lakhs, and CA 30 to 6 is up to you.
Yeah. Just to add, can I safely say, I think Adukya sir has come. So Chairman sir has come. Just to say, can I say that a better way of powerful presentation would be making, getting them involved in an activity which is engaging them in some kind of a leadership activity, so they can feel the emotions of a
Yes,
leader.
ma'am. Yeah,
Absolutely. Very well said.
Yes. Sir, would you like to? Okay. Okay, we'll continue. Adukya sir will come. Yeah. I'm coming to the last triangle. Okay, wait. Sorry.
Ma'am, can I say something?
Yeah. Yes.
I can't see how I can raise my hand.
You can't see in the reactions. At the bottom panel.
Yes.
If it's a laptop, on the bottom, there's a reactions button. If you click on that reactions,
Madam,
you will see.
Could you read the second triangle, second pyramid, madam? Not
Right.
clear.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes. You used 2 cliche words in your presentation. One was passion and one was attitude.
One was attitude, yes, and second
And
was?
second one was passion.
Passion.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, these are 2 cliche words which have individuals. Can you please explain a little more about what do you mean by passion?
Passion is something.
Sandhya ji, can I answer this?
Yes, sir. Sure.
Shekhar ji, passion is one. You know, like somebody went to Socrates. I want a secret of success. Socrates asked him to come to next day near the river. He drowns him 10 times. And then he asked, what you are looking for. He said, I was looking for air. So passion in one, like I am joining the virtual FDP from Surat. So passion is one which gives you a lot of energy. Your dopamine increases to 100%. The activity in which, one do not look at left, right, center. That is passion.
My understanding of passion is all, ALL, all your heart, all your mind, all your soul, and all your strength.
Yes, that is the passion.
Yes.
So it can be explained in different way. Like, Simon Sinek has written a book, start with why. Why I want to be a soft skill faculty. I want to make a difference in life of every student who comes to OC and MCS. Therefore, I want to be a soft skill faculty. So that is my why. Ikigai book also explains this.
Yes, correct.
And what was your another question, Sekharji?
Second question was attitude.
Attitude is one, Thomas Alva Edison. Once there was a fire in his factory. So he said, thank God you gave fire in the factory. All my mistakes are buried. From today, I will start fresh. I travel a lot so much. When there is a flight delayed, I am saying, thank God I got extra time to read. So, like 26th, I was to travel to Kolkata. And all flights were cancelled. So attitude was, thank God I planned for my New York trip. Otherwise, I would have traveled for another 6 days. So attitude is taking the worst situation as a, that there is a silver lining in that. There is a book by title, Attitude is Altitude.
Yes.
See, this subject, soft skill, is such a wonderful area. We improve ourselves when we talk about this to our students.
Yes.
Sir, can I say something?
No, Sekharji, purpose of my joining is invite questions, inviting comments.
So, can I say something?
Please say, Sekharji, Sekhar Shukla means soft skill, soft skill, soft skill. Your name itself is a soft skill. Sekharji, yes, over to you.
Yes, for attitude, to put it simply, it is how you think and the choices you make.
Correct.
And you said attitude determines altitude. I would just add another word before these two words. It is gratitude which shows your attitude, which determines your altitude.
Excellent, excellent.
Gratitude, in the science of getting rich, in the Gita, without gratitude, a person will not rise. As the success is more, term of gratitude increases, the humbleness increases.
Unfortunately,
I invite Sekharji, let me.
Yes,
sir,
please.
we will talk separately for one day. I'll meet you.
Okay.
Thank you. You
Look
WhatsApp me your contact details. I have posted in the chat box my coordinates, mobile number, email ID, and otherwise everything from website, office. I invite.
Sir, I'm a phone guy. I'll call you.
Yeah. It is good to be a phone guy. Sometimes, my WhatsApp got blocked for 2-3 days. I said, thank God. So much extra time was available when WhatsApp is blocked. So that is attitude.
What is the right time to call you?
Anytime, 24 hours. Please SMS your name
Sir,
and
may
email
I,
ID to me, name of your city. We will talk separately.
Okay.
sir,
Yes,
I have a
Ritesh.
question.
I'm
See,
very
Ritesh, please go ahead.
Sir,
Yeah,
just
I'll come.
I have a question, sir.
hello, sir. I just want
Can
to
I
say
request
that,
C. Ritesh first to ask question and then I'll request another member. Yes, Ritesh.
sir, no question. Just I want to say something that, sir, you're one of the most proactive chairman of the board of studies I have seen. And today in the WhatsApp group, I have seen your profile with all the certification and all that you qualified in 1983. And you became a chartered accountant and I was not born. मेरा जन्म नहीं
Yes,
हुआ था और आप
Ritesh,
सीए
thank
बन
you.
गए थे सर, तो ये बहुत प्रिविलेज है कि आप हमें गाइड कर रहे हैं सर.
नहीं,
I am
भगवान
from
ने मुझे
सिलीगुड़ी,
पहले
वेस्ट बंगाल,
भेजा
सर.
इस प्लानेट पे, तो मैं पहले सीए बन गया. Thank you.
Okay, sir.
And
Thank you so
Ritesh ji,
much.
and Ritesh ji, just look at the energy level that sir gets to the class, even at this stage of life.
संध्या जी, मेरी कोई उम्र नहीं हुई है. आप कोई केस मत करो, प्लीज.
सर मैं बोल रही हूँ एक्सपीरियंस है, उम्र कहाँ बोल रही हूँ.
हाँ, ठीक है. Yes, there was some. Yes, Dr. Sanjay ji.
Yes.
From
Yes, sir.
Ahmedabad.
Regarding yes, Namaskar, sir. Regarding passion, I have seen a live example of you when we met at Ahmedabad branch and question answering round with the students. And उसके बाद सूरत और आज और ये last 3 days से जो आपका देखा ना, it's a real passion and attitude in a positive way. And asking questions from everywhere. It's a
Thank you,
salute
Dr. Sanjay ji.
to you. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you.
C.A. Sasi Prakash Singh.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. I am from Lucknow. Actually, I met with you in Mumbai airport along with my father-in-law, and my father-in-law also saw your visiting card, and he is telling to me why you have not done so much of degrees. Rajkumar sir is exceptional in our CA fraternity, and we met in the Lucknow also. When will next meet, sir? Please tell me.
Yeah, we will meet very shortly, Sasi Prakash Singh ji. Yes,
Sir, I have a question.
Sir, I am M. Chidambaram from Chennai, doing ODT
Yes, sir.
from 2008, sir. I am very energized by you.
Hello.
You are coming for all the online classes, and you're just not coming as a member. You're also a faculty where you bring out the right examples. And you are the real example of positive attitude. And as you rightly said, passion. We are all your admirers and followers. Under your guidance, I'm sure this year BO has taken great strides, sir. You can include us in our team always.
I'm grateful for all the appreciation. Grateful.
You
Thank
deserve
you.
Sir, I have a question, sir. I have a question,
Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Sir, I'm Sir Kumar Panda from Bhubaneswar.
Yes, sir. Sisi ji, बताइए.
So it's a privilege. Thanks to the FDP program, I could see you and I could interact with you.
Yes.
Thank you. Wonderful. Now, a very simple question, but don't think it is a silly question.
No.
I'm 74 and I have adequate experience of teaching. But
Okay.
still, let me ask you this question. At times, what happens, the students don't object, the center doesn't object. My class gets extended by 15 minutes, 20 minutes. Not always, occasionally. Would you think that that is lack of discipline? I should come what may, complete at 5 if the time is 5. Or sometimes if it is required for some reason. I'm doing a GD and some students ask questions and things like that. At times I go beyond 5 o'clock. Now, the center doesn't object, students also don't object. But as a discipline, what I'm learning here, do you think that I should...
शिशिर जी, इसका आंसर केवल आप ही दे सकते हो. See, in what circumstances I am extending my time. See, there is no watertight answer for this. If I am conscious of time, I made all my attempt to finish in time, but the enthusiasm of participant is so much. Like, this virtual FDP also, like, gets extended beyond 1:30. Like yesterday also, it got extended beyond 1:30. So participants are still asking questions. Like organizers are aware, chairman is aware, ki cut-off time is 1:30. So you yourself take a judgment. There is no answer ki yes or no.
Great, sir. Great.
Your
Thank you.
conscience will answer ki nahi, you are extending the time.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, Sisiji. See, ourselves we get answers. You know, faculty says feedback. Arey Baba, feedback samne hai. We are not observing feedback.
That's true, sir. Very true.
Yeah. Any other questions? Any other comments? Observations? You know, yesterday we had a managing committee meeting and I raised this issue that some branches are paying less. And therefore today I have posted in the group that if you have written a email earlier, we need a trail email that you have written earlier and Board of Studies did not took any action on that. And we are raising the honorarium 2,000 rupees per hour. In some cases, 3,000 per hour. So 2nd July, we have a council meeting. So we are keeping our finger crossed. But we are conscious if we give a reasonable honorarium, we will get better quality. So my request to each one of us, irrespective of honorarium, we should try to become number one. We should read Tony Robbins, Awaken the Giant Within Us. There is a giant in each one of us. It may be half sleep or fully sleep or awake, but we can create a greater awakeness. So 100%.
Sir, can I say a few words, sir?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Sir, you are a true example of how a good leader should be, and we look forward to meeting you in person and hearing you more stories and more inputs on how we can develop ourselves as a faculty. So we really look forward to meeting you in person.
We
sir.
will start doing annual mela of faculties. You know,
Yes, that would be
today
really nice.
it's giving me an idea where we will do whole meet, a residential meet for 3 days.
We look
We
forward
will
to it.
plan that.
Meeting stalwarts, Dr. Sandhya, everybody, all of you
I'm
are very inspiring.
L Cube, lifelong learner, lifelong student.
Yes, I too believe that we are students till the last breath. So that's why we want to learn
Yes.
more and more.
Lifelong.
So we are near 30. Any more questions, observations? Dr. Deepak Chanda, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Please put on your video so people see your face.
Sir, I had a question.
And Madam Rita, you also put on your video. We have two very senior officers from soft skill department. And Dr. Deepak, as the name stands, you know, he's a enlightenment to us. He's a Deepak to us. And then his name also has a Chanda. So
Yes, sir, I am behind Dr. Rajkumar, sir.
Yeah, that is, therefore I am saying now you are showing me Deepak and you are with your Chanda, you are giving me more light.
I have to give, sir, because we are working as a team, sir. You are
Yes,
leader
sir,
and we are followers.
Team ka full form hai, together everyone achieves more.
Yes, sir.
TEAM.
Bilkul, we will do it.
I'll stop here. I'm in the midst of a conference. I think there are two hands raised. Yes, Madam Sadhna. Sadhna Sehal ji, go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Ladies first, sir. उसके बाद में
Thank you so much.
अनंतम आपको रिक्वेस्ट. Yes, साधना जी.
जी,
आपको हमने काफी
all-
क्लेपिंग की. धन्यवाद.
Sir, I agree with whatever else is going on, but I have an observation which sometimes we discuss online, but we never we don't know whom exactly to contact and pass on the message, because kahin bhi message dete hain, it doesn't reach the authorities as such.
दीपक चंदा जी, आपका ईमेल आईडी शेयर करो ना यार. चेयरमैन थोड़ी परमानेंट चेयरमैन है. जस्ट नाउ पुट इन द चैट बॉक्स. रीता जी, आपका ईमेल आईडी भी शेयर करो और मोबाइल
So
नंबर
what
भी
I
शेयर
feel
करो.
is
Okay, sir.
we are happy that we keep getting these FDPs off and on, but इसमें हमको ये सिखाया जाता है कि बच्चों को कैसे मैनेज करना है, स्टूडेंट्स को कैसे मैनेज करना है. But so far there has been no FTP that I have attended where we have discussed the syllabus. हमेशा बच्चों को कैसे, हम लोग को 35 years का एक्सपीरियंस है बच्चों को मैनेज करने का. Of course, नए इनपुट्स मिलते हैं, अच्छी बात है, but then the fact remains that nobody discusses the syllabus. It keeps changing.
संध्या जी, आप
syllabus का
तुरंत जो FTP हो रहा है ना जोधपुर में, अहमदाबाद में, उसका स्ट्रक्चर चेंज करो. देयर शुड बी वन सेशन ऑन सिलेबस.
Okay.
और ये बच्चे को कैसे संभालना है वो मत सिखाओ, वो तो हम सबको है. हमने सिबलिंग्स को मैनेज किया है, एज अ पेरेंट हमने बच्चों को मैनेज किया है. तो अगर फैकल्टीज को स्ट्रिक्ट एडवाइस दो कि बच्चों को संभालना सबको आता है.
Okay, sir.
हाँ, she is one of the master faculty. We have a group of 25 faculties and we invite more persons if they feel that they will be good at master faculty. We want to start a monthly webinar, monthly self development reading book, and then for non-CAs we want to explain, what is the world of a chartered accountant, so that we can correlate when we talk in the class. Sadhna ji, your point is well noted. We will work on this, and I'm requesting officers, please don't be shy of sharing mobile number and email ID. The person who shares mobile and email ID learns the maximum. Therefore, I keep on sharing everywhere. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank
Good
you,
afternoon, Dr. Rajkumar. You just answered my question. In fact, I raised this point that we need a small course, the non-CAs, on the basics of accounting and finance, because we are dealing with the CA aspirants, and that is noted by BOS.
Like now 2 years articleship is there, between 2 years, 1 year industrial training, when one can do foundation, when one can do intermediate. Now the students who are coming for OC, they have appeared for intermediate in May 24. They are full-time students. So all this we will brief.
Thank you.
संध्या जी, आप ये जो FTP है ना, इसमें भी half an hour एक चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट को बोलो, एंड इवन नॉन सीए शुड प्रिपेयर ऑन दिस सब्जेक्ट.
Yes,
कि ये करिकुलम क्या है, सीए का वर्ल्ड कैसा है.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'll do that. We'll have a session there.
Rajkumar sir, can I take this? Just I think articulation we talk about or other things. Can I take 1 minute?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you, sir, for that. Sir, regarding articleship, it's good that we learn a lot. It's a very rigorous thing. As per my experience, what I have between consultancy with Big Fours and startups and the MNCs. So I personally feel that any budding CA should go compulsory industrial training from the industry side, because the industry side game is totally different as a consultancy side. This we can have a discussion one-to-one also, that what I mean to say.
नहीं तन्मय जी, इसीलिए मैं ओसी में आधा दिन या 1 day वी आर ब्रिंगिंग एन अवेयरनेस अबाउट इंडस्ट्रियल ट्रेनिंग, क्योंकि ओसी कैसा स्टेज है जहां उसका आर्टिकलशिप शुरू होना बाकी है. उसने, क्योंकि अभी नए रेगुलेशंस में one who has completed intermediate, past intermediate, and past orientation course and in the ITT can only commence articleship. So we are bringing somebody who is in a company and whose company is eligible to give industrial training to talk about industrial training.
Okay.
Tanmay ji, this I am aware of this. I am conscious of this.
Okay.
Dr. Deepak ji and Madam Rita, please assist me on in all the improvements. Please.
जी sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir, for the information.
Yeah. So shall I stop here? Yes. It is 1:34.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Very nice
Thank you
of
so
you.
much,
Thank
sir.
you for your
Thank you.
inspirational words, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank
Have a
you.
good day, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. This is my passion. Passion is a desert. Passion is a rich food. So my dopamine level has increased after
Yes, sir.
talking to the participants. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay.
Such comforting and sir elegant, sir. Thank you.
सर एक पर्सनल क्वेश्चन है, पूरा ना मानिएगा।
अरे
पूछूं?
सर पूछो ना, पर्सनल पूछो, बीबी के बारे में पूछो, कुछ भी
सर
गर्लफ्रेंड के
ये
बारे
जो
में पूछो।
सर आपका नाम के बारे में सर,
आप पूछिए
अदुकिया।
ना।
सर अदुकिया में वो आप कुछ लेटर्स मिसिंग है सर।
क्या मिसिंग है?
INT एटीट्यूड किया राजकुमार आपको, एटीट्यूड किया होना चाहिए था, अदुकिया रह गया।
हाँ, अडुक्का एक गांव का नाम है। मेरे फोर फादर्स अडुक्का से चिड़ावा गांव में गए। चिड़ावा
अच्छा।
गांव इज इन झुंझुनू डिस्ट्रिक्ट ऑफ राजस्थान, वेरी क्लोज टू ब्रिट्स पिलानी।
अच्छा सर, आपके नाम में वो T और I इंक्लूड कर देंगे तो एटीट्यूड किया राजकुमार बन जाएगा। एंड आई अप्रिशिएट द एटीट्यूड यू हैव।
डॉक्टर राजू गोपाल, थैंक यू एंड थैंक यू, ग्रेटफुलनेस। नाम में क्या रखा है? रोज इज कॉल्ड अ रोज।
ट्रू ट्रू,
सर नाम में बहुत कुछ है, नाम में बहुत कुछ है सर।
चलो मैं अभी बात करता हूँ। थैंक यू।
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
गर्लफ्रेंड के बारे में पूछेंगे कि आपकी ये गर्लफ्रेंड है, मुझे उसके बारे में पूछेंगे। थैंक यू।
Have a good day, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
गुड डे, गुड डे।
Thank you, sir.
Good day, sir.
Okay, we'll
And thank
quickly.
you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for a wonderful session.
Thank you
Yeah,
so much,
uh,
ma'am.
Thank you,
Can
ma'am,
we-
for a great session.
Can we complete, or you all are exhausted? Just last slide.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
So, you all understood the third triangle? Third triangle is you're giving them the reasons for listening to you, for whatever you're presenting. See, you need their attention, right? So, like for example, the moment Adukia sir came, he listened to you all. So it was everybody felt that because he is finally the decision maker. So, and in spite of his busy schedule, when he comes over there, he listens to you. So suddenly I could see there was a whole lot of new energy in the class. So it kind of brings in that, gives that guarantee of that, yes, things will get done. Right? And coming to the last slide. Okay. So that reassurance, finally, in any presentation, you should know what are the hot buttons, you should know what is the added value that you bring in, and what is the reassurance that your audience gets from your presentation. Does it all make sense?
Yes, it does.
Right?
Vehemently.
Madam, what are the key points in added value, madam? I could not see that. I could not see at least.
Is, okay. I
The
showed,
points that you have mentioned in your PowerPoint, man. If you could just read it,
one
it's
minute.
okay.
I did over here. I'll again share the screen. I'll be sharing the PowerPoint also. Can you screen now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In terms of the value addition, the second pyramid is the value addition. Okay. Like for example, when you are purchasing something, so everybody loves to get that additional, let's say discounts or additional, the extra frill. When you go to McDonald's, you get a free drink with a meal, right? So anything that comes additional, that comes as a bonus, people love that. What is the, so as a presenter, what is the added value that you are bringing to the presentation? Right? For example, if you're showing some video from YouTube, don't simply show the video. How does it try to establish the connection between the topic for the day. Try to understand the audience and try to explain it to them in their language. What is it that is in your mind? Unless and until you express it there, that connection will not be established. Then the value addition will be lost from the video. Am I making sense?
Yes.
The added value could also be on the basis of the yes. The added value could also be because of the price play that would come into the picture, because of urgency, certain urgency. That would also help. Like, for example, when the exam is 2 months later, the student knows that he or she needs to study. But suddenly the exam is tomorrow. Suddenly they'll forget all the distractions and start studying. Because there is an urgency. Right? Then they will not have reasons that this is distracting them, that is distracting them. Then they will automatically know. So the value addition comes by also bringing a sense of urgency. So when I said in a presentation, when you have a timeline set, like for example, I knew out of experience at a particular time, our chairman sir will come. So I was planning my presentation accordingly. Otherwise, I would not have been able to complete the session. Got it?
Yeah.
So I was keeping track of the time. So having that timeline set, having a goal set, again, that brings an urgency. As you're nearing the timeline, you know you have to finish it. Right? Did I answer your question sufficiently?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am, you did.
Anybody else has any inputs? Because I think that is what I had to share. Anybody else?
Madam. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Any particular feedback that you would like to give from the session, from the topics, from my perspective? Please be open. Please.
This is M. Chidambaram, ma'am. May I just say one line?
Sir. Yes, sir. Sure.
The second time, and I attended both the last time and this time. As you rightly said, there are a lot of new way. Though the content was same, you were presented differently, and your energy levels and the way you handled everybody was great. As your senior, I bless you and wish you great heights, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Ma'am,
Anybody else?
I'll just request two of the members have just put iPhone 13, iPhone 6. If they could rename, ma'am, otherwise we may not know the member who had joined and attended the session.
Yes, no, ma'am.
Ma'am.
Are you listening?
Yes. Ma'am, it was a brilliant session. Include the last sloka of Bhagavad Gita. Again, since it says that wherever Lord Krishna is present and wherever Lord Arjuna is present, there victory has to be there. So wherever faculty like you and Baliji and Balaji and ICI and my brilliant colleagues are present, victory will be ours.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. That was so nice of you. Yes. Anybody else would like to add?
Yeah.
Otherwise,
Thanks a lot, madam, for a wonderful session. And really, we have gained a lot from this. Would like to see you more later on in future. And I'm from Nitin Kumar from Chhattisgarh, Vilai. So basically, this was my first experience. So all 3 days were simply wonderful. And today it was really icing on the cake, I should say. And this will go a long way.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you so much.
I want to say something. It was almost the first session for me in terms of, and was really energetic for the day, for the weekend, for the month, for the year, I would say. And I learned from you, even from all the faculties who are here present. The thoughts were exchanged. One request, I think initially you did that one personal attitudes and personal and professional. If anybody can frame that group wise and share to us in the group, it would be like positive line for everybody to keep in track for all the group.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what I'll do is,
yeah.
I think it is shared in the chat box. So I'll try to, you want what each group has presented, or you want a
Or a
summation
summary
of?
of it so that everyone, it's a common pool that I think everyone, a tagline can tag something, 5 out of it, and follow those as a personal and professional thing. That's a take we can take for the day, apart from your good thoughts and positive vibes.
Okay, I'll try to get it from there, and I'll sum it up and pass it on to you. If you can, I had put my number over there. If you can just send me WhatsApp, or I think there's a WhatsApp group, so I can put it over there.
Yeah, that would be good for everybody. And even I have followed it.
Okay, yes.
Thank you, everybody, for an energetic session.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, if a drive is created or if it is existing, the recordings can be left there so that we can relook whenever we have time. I unfortunately joined a little late today, so I wish I could attend the class from 9:30. I'm so sorry. So the recording will help us.
Rita ma'am?
Yes, I've noted, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. Anybody else?
Yeah, good afternoon, ma'am. Yes, Sonia
Yes.
Jagnani. Yeah, ma'am, thank you, first of all, for the wonderful session and all the, positive and great energy which you bring to the class. Ma'am, I was relating with the shloka which you shared with the class regarding the ideal attributes of a Adarsh Vidyarthi, Panchalakshanam. So, ma'am, I would like to add that, practical example, if for that shloka can be, all of us know from the famous movie Three Idiots. So I can see that the practical example of this shloka I can find in Rancho, who is none other than the living legend, Mr. Punchuk Wangdu. So just I wanted to share that thing with the class, which this is my permanent teaching to the student in all my sessions. So I thought that I should not miss it here also. So thanks once again, ma'am, for all the wonderful teachings you have shared.
Thank you. Rita ma'am?
Thank you.
Yes. So thank you so much, Sandhya ma'am, for such a detailed presentation. 9:30, we were all sitting, and that specific advertisement of that Ericsson ad, after so long, we could see that again. It was such a nice, beautiful surprise it was to see that ad again, and the reactions from all the faculty members. So everyone will accept here, all the members who have joined. We really had a great session today, especially your important tips on making powerful presentation, the word power being very strongly highlighted by you. So thanks to you, ma'am, for such a insightful session today. So thank you all the respected faculty members who have joined with us at this FDP and at this concluding day of the FDP. So today at the end of the session, you will get a mail from the office sending you the feedback form, the study material, and the PPTs of the first day, which you were all requesting on that day. So BSS PPT. So all attachments put together in one mail will reach to each one of you. So on behalf of BOS, again, thanks to each and every one of you, and thanks especially to Sandhya ma'am.
Thank you so much, Rita ma'am. Thank you all of you for making the session so wonderful. It was, for me, I could learn from 184 members, I think 185 members. That was the maximum that we had. So thank you so much to all of you. It was a pleasure to talk to you all. Thank you so much. Thank you.